I jumped the gun. We're gonna start at 9:30, but you can find your seats so you know where you're at.
And we're 6.
Yeah.
Oh, this is 6 over here. Okay.
Haley?
Oh, there you are.
Found it, huh? There's 5.
I don't know if it's.
Yep, I'm gonna, oh, no, I can't grab that one because that was easy.
Me either. I'm still learning. I'm lost.
So we just went live with the camera.
I mean,
So you guys can see us on the camera, and that's what we're doing. Okay. Are we, so we're waiting on.
Yeah. This is one of all you guys. I'm
A total of 3,005.
and very little. I'm just really. I still can't get rid of Smith.
Yeah, I muted mine. I put it on
Two new ones. And we're gonna have them again. So. But forward. Oh my.
Like,
that I can use them on this. I was absolutely sure. My actually, she's just right with her like, yeah, and we I just was so impressed with so you might know me. His wife and I told
her if she wanted to, like, figure out this list. You need someone. She said, everybody's gonna be watching it. Like, I don't care. So I'm like, I've always had. Everybody else can watch it. And they said, if we don't cheer it on. So like. So it has to be done in a certain time span. So I believe that they're doing and one of the so she's like, I don't know.
or you have all your dinners.
Yeah, so I mean, well, it doesn't care. I've been surprised they're not going to use the
Church. I don't know why.
for the Methodist churches. And I don't. And so, and they were their children.
I am as well.
And that's, I don't care, it's schools or not, in my opinion.
At a precinct level, you probably have to have 20 candidates. Unless we actually publish that. SOS,
Yeah.
Got a couple hours there. That's not even.
That would make me nervous. That would make me nervous.
Well, I left it like 11:15 and everyone's.
Breakdown by the time you get successful in that, really all.
The gentleman that was the character. Oh my God, he's right in the middle of town. Oh, yeah. This gentleman was just absolutely amazing. He went out and set up all the signs and all of the stuff that needed to be set up outside for me every time. When you did people come and bring cars and stayed out the cars. You know, I check in the database, I don't know if you know, but I never did the training, how if that was appropriate. It worked, they figured out, they did it.
Yeah. We
But I
did not have any.
what we're blessed about is not having to set up that big
Well, they said the pictures of the I was on a Zoom
Oh,
call.
so we had.
So I didn't see it until I got there at 8. And I'm like, I have no clue in my house. What am I gonna do for lunch? I'm like, when you graduated.
We had.
Oh, we will too.
And now.
Yeah.
And.
But they didn't have to go.
Thank you for being here.
Oh. You have more, dirt.
And one was on one side and then the other was on the other side. They kept talking back and forth. Now, who was I supposed to vote for?
I know, yeah.
I had to laugh at them.
I said, you get to, oh, I know, okay. I said, you're the one that gets to chase this through all 3 counties. Oh, there you go.
It's easy to call him in the wall.
I'm very well, how are you?
I know, right?
That's exactly what I thought. I'm good, how are you? I'm ready for this to be all week. Now you can know the front and the back. And the last time I did, I think we had the, you know, the scanners.
Oh, yeah.
But we did enough, so they were on the paper. Especially when I write it. Somebody.
Or you can write it.
You see something.
Yeah, and it was never one of their people that cooked it. It was always, you know, the neighbor down the street.
Or Mickey Mouse. I've seen that one.
Hello.
Luckily they stopped.
Good, thank you. Thanks for coming.
They're wonderful. Oh my God, they're wonderful.
They're especially wonderful because you don't have so many mismarks. We don't have to near as many people in the facility, you know, because we used to do that all day long.
It's done. I mean, the people do it and they're tickled. The people.
All excited?
Yeah, I everybody, this last election, when they first started, oh, we can't do this. We don't have to do this. But then, you know, they
I came over
did
really
it a
quick to
couple
talk to
times.
Chris and Robert real quick.
It's
See
okay.
if anybody had any.
Been doing it. I think everyone has been doing it for a year or two.
Thank you.
I know, I
Would any of you ladies like that?
Okay.
Thank you. My brain is so like it.
Okay, free did, right? That's the only way. Would you like it? Okay.
You're at the AD.
No, I'm secretary.
Oh, at the Secretary of State. I retired from that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I worked in child support enforcement. I loved every minute of it. Yeah. Very rewarding job, it really was. But that was not court order. It's the only department that actually brings money back into the state. I worked 16 years. Thank you for the mercy.
How are we?
We're doing well, thank you.
There's someone that's over there.
I did.
You know how to read it.
What's that?
One of those type. I bet you did. Yes, Scott. When I got to sell my house, I let his wife be my real estate.
We're,
All right, so it's 9:30. So I think we can start the recount. My name is Robert Berry. I'm the Deputy Attorney General. With us today is Gary DeZone. He's with the Secretary of State's office. So we're here to help administer this recount. I'm basically an umpire, so if there's any issue that comes up, I get to make a ruling and we just proceed based upon that. The general format is we're going to do a hand sample first, so a hand recount. There was approximately, the hand sample should be about 151 ballots. So it'll be randomly selected by Representative Syme. And once that's done, then we do it the LNA, which is to test the logic and accuracy of the machines. And then after that, then we run the hand sample through those machines. And if we're within a certain threshold, then we can do the rest of the recount through the machines. So it's a long process, but it's not a horse race. So just take your time. There's no reason to rush. And if anything comes up, please let Gary or I know, and we'll help. One representative for each candidate can be kind of walking and looking at everything. But I think you guys have been through this before. It'll be a good process, and I'm always happy that we get to do a recount because you guys work so hard, and the public doesn't get to see that. So anyway, thank you for being here today. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Haley.
Hi, you guys know me. I'm Haley Hicks. I'm the election supervisor. And so, like he said, we're going to do the hand count first. I have printed out each precinct and how many votes were cast within each precinct. We have to count 151 by hand. And with all of the precincts, we're above that. So once we open that bag, we're going to take half of those ballots out, do the hand count. We have this tally. There was another one floating around. I can pass around so you guys can look, but this is going to be the tally sheet. And so we'll have one person read off of the ballot what the vote was, and another person will tally. So all they're going to do is put an X in the box for each one, and there are rows of 10. And so then once we're done with that, we'll calculate, and then Kylie will go ahead and run through the LNA. For the LNA, what she did is we have two types of counting. So we have for absentee ballots, or if we had paper curbside, we use central count, which are these scanners in the back. So she's created a test deck for each precinct 1 through 6. And for each precinct, she's done a vote that would show if they voted for Judy Boyle. She's done a vote if they voted for Syme. And she's done an undervote, which means they haven't voted at all, or an overvote where they voted everything there. And then she'll run it through to show that this central scan is properly tabulating and calculating. After that, we have 2 precinct scanners for each precinct. The only reason we did that is for time, because when you're feeding them into the precinct scanner, if you've gone through Canyon County and voted, it is a little bit more time consuming to do one at a time through those precinct scanners. So each chief judge has 2 precinct scanners, and those ones she has marked a duo ballot. A duo is our ballot marking devices. As Chris and I were talking earlier, all that is a fancy pencil to make sure that there are no improperly marked ballots that would be rejected, and we use those in Canyon County. Those do not allow for overvotes. It will tell you that you've marked too many candidates. So in that test deck, it has 1 for Judy Boyle, 1 for Syme, and then an undervote, which is if they skipped it completely. She'll run through that to show that those are calculating, compare the results. So as long as everything matches, then we will continue with the remainder of the count and see what comes out.
And I should add too that the ballots have been impounded well before even
Yes.
the order to impound went out. So
we impounded actually election night. So everybody was waiting for the results, and I know there were a couple people concerned with, we posted at 9:28 once we had some results, and then we didn't post until we were finished. The reason being is we were preparing for if there was a potential recount or if we potentially got called for an audit, because in the group that we were in, there were only 3 counties. We're the 2nd largest county, and we just wanted to be prepared and make sure that the citizens of Canyon County felt confident we did not get back in or touch anything prior to being called for anything. So they've been impounded since election night when we finished.
What does preparing mean?
Preparing means we put them in a specific organization for the audit. And so we had them organized by precinct and then by party when it came to absentee ballots that were received in. So as we received them in, we organized them by each precinct, by each party. And as we counted, we scanned them in those batches so that way they stayed and they went back in the ballot bags the same way. So if the state were to call and say, you've been called for an audit, it's going to be these precincts, we knew exactly what bags we needed to pull from. When it comes to election night or election day, we have the co-located precincts that go into the tabulators. And so we needed to know how many of each precinct were going to be in those bags as well on the drives, which holds the count. So we were logging all of that information as well and just making sure we knew exactly where we would need to pull from if we got called for an audit, a recount, whatever the case may be.
And absentee.
And the absentees, yeah. So the absentees are all still organized. We did have some paper curbside. Those ones are in a bag. That was the last ones that we counted because they came in at the very end. And so there's a bag of curbside that we may need to pull a couple of those precincts out. But everything else is within absentee or election day with the encrypted E drive that comes from the scanner once they were turned at the end of the night.
And then, so the sheriff is the one who has.
The sheriff is the only one who has the keys. So this gentleman, Marv DeShield, he has been hanging out with us for quite a while. He got to stay the whole election night with us because then he impounded once we were done. So he watched the process and he has been here since 7 o'clock this morning with us. So we could get the equipment loaded with the election and ready to go, making sure that we were not in anything other than getting the drives ready to load the machines and prepare for the LNA. He'll be here until we finish, and once we're done, he'll impound it again, and we're not going to touch it until this is completed and ready to go, yes. So since we have all of these eyes, he will be able to kind of step in and out.
I just want to add, while previous to this, if you've seen previous elections, if you've seen previous recounts, it would not have been normal or common practice to hear someone say, we impounded on election night. With the passing of the legislation that brought forward the new state statutory audit, that did become fairly common practice. It was one of the methods that many counties used to make sure that they didn't have to call their sheriff's office at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock at night when we finished at the state's side of things, the actual draw for the audit. So in preparation of that, multiple states or multiple counties, especially the larger ones, just went to an automatic impounding of their ballots. That is consistent here. Ada County, Kootenai County, Bannock County, all did that same process. It is something new we've never done before, but it just makes it that much easier, both on the sheriff's deputies and on the county staff, to not have to return to the office 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night when we finally, if anybody happened to watch that on paint dry on my public TV, when we were fully done with that process. If they're already impounded and you didn't get drawn, it wasn't a whole lot of extra effort. If you did, you didn't have to get up at 11 o'clock at night and send people back down to your office. So,
Yes.
You had mentioned the drop bags. Can you explain that better?
The drop bags.
The drop bags, you said there was a couple of, what do you call them?
The ballot bags.
Ballot bags?
Yeah, so those are the bags that hold either the ballot records that come from our duo machines, or they hold the absentee ballots once we finish count. And so when we receive an absentee ballot that someone turns in, it's in the envelope.
Mm-hmm.
We go ahead and receive it into our system, and then they're locked away in our vault until election day.
And they
when
come to
we
you by
count.
mail or ballot boxes?
They come to us by mail, by person, or they drop it in our drop box if we're not here.
Is this the only drop box, or were they all around?
No, we don't have anything else other than our
No,
office.
just the local one.
Yeah, so it's all here within our office. We have the camera over there that has surveillance of our office just to make sure. And again, if we were to come in, because I know this was a concern, if we were to come in and there were 200 ballots dropped in one night, we obviously would meticulously look through those and see how on earth 200 people stopped by here on one night and dropped off ballots, because that would be completely out of character. Even in the all-mail election, we didn't see anything,
There's
and
a
that was
story about
everyone.
that.
Yeah, I did see it. Yeah, I try and keep up with everything because
Or it
I
didn't
don't want
happen.
anybody to be concerned. So
Do either candidates have any questions before we start? So again, if you have any questions during the process, please come to us, ask us questions, or ask Kaylee or Gary. But I think, so the way that it works, it's a random sample, and you print it out, or print it out precincts and the number of ballots there. And so the number of ballots that we're going to hand recount is 151. So you get to pick which precinct you want, and then we're gonna try to cut those to about the. So here are the precincts if you want to pick one. Okay.
Good, Rand.
Precinct, so maybe just record that.
Mhm.
So 200.
Yep, so it's gonna be precinct 1. They had a total of 819 ballots cast, so we're gonna try and grab about a quarter, like he said, 200. So we can go ahead and open up the vaults. As you can tell, the evidence tape, it doesn't come off because it's still taped from when we have the other recount. So we'll be able to tally how many we've gone through by.
So this morning, just because I didn't cut the tape right there, I came in at 7 o'clock this morning, cut the tape for Kylie to be able to obtain the thumb drives. And I called her the thumb drives and the big orange came out.
The big one.
It holds the V drives and then the keys that allow us to load an election on the V drive to set up the scanners to be able to tally. Ready for that one?
It's just shorter summary. Yeah.
For the live stream, yeah. But we got that one. And then there's one inside the vault too that we can pull if we need to.
So it's labeled Anderson Hall. That is the polling location for precinct 1 in Parma. Does anybody want to do the honors of breaking the seal off? Or we just go for it? Go for it.
Live stream. Yeah. We'll just go to our YouTube page, Canyon Co. or the Canyon County. If you go to our website, top page on the penalty street. Cool. And once they stop there,
Here's all the ballots that are currently in the Anderson Hall ballot bag.
yeah,
And
nothing more exciting.
I'm more English than math, so if somebody wants to help me look
Healthy food.
at what
Everyone's talking on it.
stack of 200 would be.
Is it,
And like,
yeah, you can slow down your lights down. Like, we'll be able to pick up conversation. Okay. And it's just more the audio. Yeah, it's just more the audio stream out of there. Next is pretty good.
And just for transparency, for those who are watching, none of this holds the voter's name. These are completely secret votes, so it's not like I can look at this and go, oh, there's mine. I know how I voted. This is all a secret vote, so we do not know who voted, what ballots. Roll over, so put these ones. Those are gonna be the hand count. So since it's precinct 1, it's gonna be Pam and Jean. And I'm gonna have you do it up here just so that they can see. Okay. So I would say, so one of you will sit right here. I'm only gonna give one pen so it doesn't appear. And so.
She's going to read off and I'm going to mark.
Yep. And what you'll do is you're just going to mark an X by the candidate.
Got it.
And
determine the number was if there were 2.
so these are the duo ballots. And so with those, you will only have an under. So that means if you don't see Scott Syme or Judy Boyle,
Right.
they did not vote on that race. So that would be considered a under.
So we'll count all those, and if they're under, we'll get some more.
Okay. Do we need to count first or?
No,
Okay. All right. Ready to read?
Oh, we could, once we go through and count, do you want us to put it, we do have an old ballot box. Do you want us to put them in there once they're done or just keep them in the piles right there? Okay. And go ahead and make sure to announce it so everyone can hear.
Fine.
Yeah, so you would say Scott Syme,
Sign.
and then you're just gonna, I would fold it over so you know. Yep.
Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Go ahead. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle.
Show, this is what the duo prints out.
Judy Boyle.
The ballot record. So this
Judy
is
Boyle.
the duo ballot record. So this is what prints out when you
Judy Boyle.
at the voting location. If they would vote up.
Scott Syme. Scott Syme.
So this is
Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle.
And all they're doing here is just getting empty ballot bags to put under the tables here so the ballots don't fly everywhere.
There's no selection?
Undervote?
Yes, undervote. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Undervote? Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. 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 Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Undervote. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Boyle, Undervote, Judy Boyle, Undervote, Judy Boyle, Judy Boyle, Scott Syme, Scott Syme, Scott Syme, Undervote, Judy Boyle, Undervote, Scott Syme, 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 Undervote, Scott Syme, Scott Syme, Judy Boyle, Judy Boyle, Undervote, Undervote, Judy Boyle, Scott Syme, Judy Boyle, Undervote, Judy Boyle, Judy Boyle, Scott Syme, Judy Boyle, Judy Boyle, Judy Boyle, Scott Syme, Judy Boyle, Judy Boyle, Judy Boyle, Scott Syme, Judy Boyle, Scott Syme, Judy Boyle, Scott Syme, Scott Syme, Scott Syme, Scott Syme, Judy Boyle, Judy Boyle, Scott Syme, Judy Boyle, Judy Boyle, Judy Boyle, Judy Boyle, Scott Syme, Judy Boyle, Scott Syme, Judy Boyle, Judy Boyle, Scott Syme, Scott Syme, Scott Syme, Judy Boyle, Undervote, Judy Boyle, Scott Syme, Scott Syme, Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Undervote. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Undervote. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Undervote. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Undervote. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Undervote. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Undervote. Scott Syme. Undervote. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. 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 Undervote. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Undervote. Undervote. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Undervote. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Undervote. Undervote. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme.
Okay, so how many ballots? do you get?
245, 245, and 1, 2. And we have 20, 25 and 45, that's 170. 270, I'm sorry.
Okay, so we're in excess of the 5%. That'll be, so 270 you said?
Yeah, I use this paper to do my math. We have 120, 1, 2, 5. 250. at 120, 125, and 25.
Yes, that's right.
I'm coming up to 270.
Yes.
270.
All right, so now, Haley, do you want to explain the
Yeah.
concept of the machines?
Yes. Let me. Sorry, I decided to do this right as. Okay. So now that they've done the hand count, we're going to conduct an LNA for precincts 1 through 6. We're going to conduct it on central count and then on the precinct tabulators, and that's going to show that they're going to count accurately. Once the LNA is complete, then we will run the hand count through the precinct tabulators. If that comes out to match, then we proceed with using tabulators to count. If there is a difference, and I have to pull code and I can tell you what the difference is of 3. Yeah. So if there's a difference of 3, then we proceed with hand count for the rest of the ballots that we have to count. Okay? Are you doing central count first? Yeah, I don't mind doing that. Are you okay if I run the duos through the precinct scanners while she runs central scan?
Sorry?
Are you okay if I run the duo ballots through the precinct scanners to do that LNA while she runs central scan? Okay. And I'm just gonna start at 1 and go through. If everybody wants to hit the print 0 report and print a summary report on your scanners, and then that way as I go through, I can run them. I'll open the polls first and run.
Summary results.
Yeah. What's that?
Yeah,
Always
that's
one of them.
I'm billing you by the hour, you're fine. Yeah.
Do you have any questions about this process or?
So then it's actually counting to see if the number of 2,000 match up, they're counting to see if they have 270.
Election day.
Mhm.
Okay, 1, 2 for the camera.
So what's happening right now is every single one of the precinct tabulators, they are printing a 0 report. So what that shows is everything that is held within these precinct scanners, and it holds all of the ballots, not just the race, so it is a little bit longer. It's showing that they're at a 0 total and there's no ballots cast on these machines that would interfere with any results. And so I will, once they're done printing, I'll roll them up, pass them around. You guys can feel free to make a chain and take a look at them all, but they will all show 0. If any of them don't, then we obviously, that happens every election. And so at the end of the night, when we close the polls, then we print, and that shows the amount cast. So we compare those results to everybody who checked in on a poll pad, our count results, to make sure that everything is matching and we don't have any discrepancies within our numbers. And Scott, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to ignore you. I keep losing where you're at, so I tend to, you just holler at me and say, hey. Okay, and Kylie is gonna go ahead and run the central scan ballots. Again, this is where we scan any paper ballots. So it would be paper curbside or absentee ballots, because obviously we're not gonna send the machine to their home to cast the vote. They are all paper ballots. I'm sorry. It's how I determine in my head. Let me fix that. There is paper ballots with duos, paper ballots with absentee. They're all paper ballots. One is where you mark with your hand. The other is marked by a ballot marking device, to clarify. Thank you. It's in my head. Well, yeah, and I don't assume they do, because then I just totally messed up everything I talked about.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna need to press more. Yeah.
We're gonna pass these around so everyone can see. So as you finish, if you guys want to set them on the counter, and you guys are more than welcome to review.
Come on.
That's why they call it a zero report.
There's also going to be another ticket that prints.
Exactly. It's also in digital form is what you do to election reporting. It's also how you tell you that every race.
Try not to look at it. Try to make it again.
And then this,
So it makes really.
this report shows once we open the polls, it just confirms again that we're on the correct election, the date, the town election day, the serial number of the scanner, conversion, that there are 0 ballots counted, and then this is the lifetime, this is the that we roll and so there's gonna be open the polls.
This one might go down. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna.
Just give me 1 second before I come around. If everybody asks me questions, I lose my train of thought.
How we doing?
So I'm gonna start with this scanner right here, and I'm gonna begin running the dual ballots through the scanner. If I can have everybody sit down just so everybody can hear what I'm doing, because I'm short and no one can really see me. So again, I'm gonna run the dual ballots. We're gonna start this precinct scanner.
Haley, to be clear, you're running logic and accuracy testing ballots?
Yes, we're running
not-
logic and accuracy testing ballots,
Not election day ballots.
not election day ballots. Every machine. And again, the dual ballots, the way that we did it is every precinct, there is a ballot marked as if someone voted for Judy Boyle. There's a ballot marked as if someone voted for Syme. And then there is a ballot where nobody voted on the race for the dual ballots.
That's why they ask for warehouse money. That's why- That's their.
Kylie, who's in purple with the blonde hair, she's going around and opening the polls on every machine, so that way we can run the LNA. This is done every election
I like
prior to allowing anybody to vote on the machine.
Did you see that? Scott forgot his maps.
Okay, so 18 ballots have gone through this machine.
Probably works at the Capitol. Only works at the Capitol.
Since this is a super fun task that I'm doing here, I might as well educate you. You can actually run the ballots upside down, face up, backwards, forwards. There's upside down. Here's right side up. I'm only entertaining. If you happen to be a voter, it's really important that you wait for the flag, because if your ballot spits out and you're gone, there's no way for you to cast your vote. The poll worker is not allowed to recreate your ballot and stick it in there for you. So always wait for the flag to come up and say thank you for voting, because there is the potential that there's something you can't read. If it doesn't go through the precinct scanner, you have not cast your vote yet. You still have the chance to fix the ballot. If you deposit it and decide you changed your mind, you've already cast your vote. Legally, you are not allowed to have another ballot or fix anything. That's your vote. Put this one face up. This one will go upside down.
Now you're just showing off.
I'm just showing off. I mean, if I'm gonna be up here, I might as well entertain, right? This is face up, upside down, backwards.
Now we're gonna turn around upside down and back.
Okay, if you want to see me do this process, you can over here, but I'm going to unlock the drive box and take the drive out and load it onto our count computer so that while she's doing this.
So for those of you wondering, this is the process that we do for precincts or polling locations at the end of the night. These machines are brought back secured by the chief judge. What I mean by secured is not only do the drive compartments have a seal lock that is logged and verified by our office prior to deployment, we put that on a seal lock log sheet, but then we close the machine as well. We seal lock the handle, we log that. Once it goes into the delivery truck, they verify that's the same. Once they get to the polling location, the chief judge and the delivery crew verify that that handle seal lock is still the same. If it is, they proceed with going into the polling location. They go ahead and set up. There is a log where they can verify 2 signatures, because we always do dual custody. Once they open it, they check that the drive seal lock is still the same. If that happens to be different in any way, they call our office immediately. We will not use that machine. This log, called the seal lock log, is used through every part of our process. So at the end of the night, when they close these down, they pull those reports, they put them in an envelope, they close this back down, they seal lock the handle, they log it, they pull to the back door of our office. We check and make sure that that handle has the same seal lock that they put on prior to leaving the polling location. If that seal lock is different, we have an issue because something happened in transport and now they don't have the same seal lock that they did when they left the polling location. So this just helps us verify chain of custody has stayed the same throughout deployment of our office and intake back from our office. And then that's when we remove the drives, she loads them onto count, and then tabulates the count on the drives here on this count computer.
Has that ever happened?
No.
You want to talk about and show the drives?
I'm going to turn this machine off because she's been using it. She's scanned all about through it.
We got 18 ballots. If anybody wants to come and look, this is showing ballots cast 18. This is 18 right here, so you're more than welcome to come on over and take a look at what the screen looks like. The number that I'm going to show you guys, this number is also logged on our seal lock log form. And when I get a second, I can print that so you guys can see what it looks like that we use. But if you look, this is the ballots for the election. It says sheets in the event that we had a 2-page ballot, because that would be duplicated, or if we had 3, it would be more. And then there's that lifetime number. So there's 18 ballots total for the LNA ballots. And like I said, these are just precincts 1 through 6. I have them all mixed up because I was showing off. And, and so then what she's going to do is say we checked, we verified, it came back. She's going to pull the drive from that compartment. So when I say drive compartment, it's hard to see on these. When I say drive compartment, will you show so she can see too? This is the compartment I'm talking about. So this is locked by a key that none of the poll workers are issued. The keys are only here in our office, but then we also seal lock it for security purposes. If any time that's broken or tampered with, this machine will not be used. It will be immediately removed from the location, and then we would have to go through, speak with Hart about what happened, what could have potentially happened, and look and see what needs to be done, but it would not be used for the election. Now, someone might say, what if it's in the middle of the day? What happens then? That means you got 6,000 voters and went through and it didn't get counted. That's why we have paper ballots, because then we would remove the bag, we would set up a machine for the election, and we would scan these again to ensure that those votes are cast, but they're not cast on a compromised machine. So it doesn't mean that your vote just disappears if somebody tampers with the machine or steals the machine or whatever they may have up their sleeve. We still have paper record. So that's where, again, I apologize for saying paper absentee and duo ballots. They're all paper. This is just a duo ballot. Those are absentee ballots where you physically mark with your hand. This is your fancy pencil that marks for you. Our precinct scanners read the same words you're reading. So when we say check your ballot, because if you're reading something that you didn't select, it means you might have accidentally changed it. A lot of people think this is a scroll screen. They do that, they change their selection and do not realize it. So that's why it's very important when it says check your ballot, check your ballot. We're gonna go again. This is the drive.
I'm gonna load this onto the count now.
That's why it's important for the flag, because say you had took off, I wouldn't be able to put it in there. And see if I can go. That's all you right there, and you'll see the tally go up. Because it's an LNA, I won't put it, but in training, I'll rip them, and I'll do that, I'll mark on them, because if I were to mark with a pen on there, it'll spit it back out. Because it's an optical scan that's reading the same parts. But we're not in training, so I won't destroy the LNA. I crumbled one up and shoved it through and go through.
I'm gonna charge each one of those.
How much is the,
I want to say it's 3,900, but I can go get the exact. I think the most important part about these machines is that the voter knows immediately. They're reading this, they know what they voted on, and they're watching it cast right in front of them. That's why the LNA is important. We always invite everybody so that they can see this, they can look through it and know, because there's a lot of questions once I put it in there, what happens? You see, it's recording your vote, and it's going up. And I invite everybody, whatever process, if you'd like to be a poll worker, if you'd like to. Yes. Sorry. Brandy knows Syme, not me. She needs to eat. I know eat though. For the kids. Eat. Yeah, I have messed with them any which way I possibly could. The ins and outs.
We don't talk about teaching the children.
no problem? Hopefully that did get arrested.
Kylie's going to do is make the drives to set up for counting processes. So once a drive has already been tabulated, it's not something that we can go ahead, put back in a machine and add more votes to and say, hurry up, get more candidates, let's do that. But once the drive has been run through the count machine, it's done for that election. So it has to be cleared, they call it scrubbed, and then the election is loaded on to prepare the machine to allow for count. So since we're counting these to prove that they're counted correctly, we have to reset them for actual count.
All of the drives that we're using, they're heart drives. So these aren't ones you can just go down to Office Depot and purchase. They're all sent to us by heart for this specific purpose. So Heart is the company that we bought all the machines from. So all of these machines are Heart. They're encrypted. So the drives are encrypted. So that means that we can't make any weird changes to the drive. Someone can't come in and just like put a regular Office Depot drive in the machine and try to rig the election or something like that.
What if somebody steals a drive? Can they put it in there? If somebody happens to take this machine and steal a drive, they can take it home and put it in their own PC and have it work and get results?
They can't get any results off of it. We have to, like, I have to put in a login on the screen every time I load the drive on there, or it has to be closed onto this machine. And then I still have to put a login over there. So there's no way for anybody to take the results from these drives, put it on their home computers, and then do something weird with it and put it on the state. We have to load everything through this computer, which is not connected to the internet at all. And then there's a blue key. This is also an encrypted key, but I have to have this in order to load any results. If I were to put one of these drives into that computer without this key in there, it will tell me I can't do anything with it. So it won't let me go any further. It won't even let me make the drive to load onto these machines without this key. And I have to set this key up for this specific election. So like the keys from the last election won't work for me to even make these drives for this election. So there's a lot of steps in place so that the drives are set up very specific and they cannot be used outside of these units in that computer.
Mm-hmm. And if you guys are wondering, I know that everybody's seen the little compartment in the door. I'm sorry, I'll flip it around. This is just where we keep cords. It's an empty compartment. When I come around, I'll show you, or Miss Bonnie right here in the middle. So there's nothing in there that's hiding anything. It's just where you keep cords. Don't get your hand stuck in there.
It's enough trouble to get a cord to fit, let alone my hand.
And then when Kylie's creating drives, you'll notice that there's the tower where we have count and build software from Heart InterCivic. There is another tower that's next to her that looks a little weird. It has a bunch of USB ports on it. That is what they call a V drive duplicator. Because there are hundreds of V drives that we have to load into these machines because a controller requires one and a scanner, we have a V drive duplicator to help with time and efficiency. So it can do multiple drives, whereas if we do one at a time, it takes several minutes per V drive. So this just helps us be able to be more efficient in our process.
So what I do is I take one that's already written with the election on it that we set up, and I put it in this first slot. And then that one will duplicate the rest of these that I put in. So none of these currently are set up with this election.
You might explain what set up for the election.
I have to I have to make the election on this computer, so I build the election with the program that's on here. Puts all the names, puts all the propositions, everything that goes on the ballot ends up being put onto these drives. These drives are the ones that set up those machines. So in order, so I have to put it on one drive, and then that drive will duplicate onto all the other drives, and those can all be used to go into these machines and set up the current election. What the reason I'm doing it right now is because we set all of these up with the current drive, but for the LNA, we had to pull them all and use them to put the results on here. I can't reuse those drives, so we have to put brand new drives into the machines. I will put a brand new zero report out so that you can now do all the rest of the precincts that we have to scan.
Isn't elections interesting? A lot of moving parts and pieces. It's exciting to see the entire process. There's a lot more than you think. It's exciting to me, but I also work in it, so I don't know. Anybody ready for their test now? A little bit more, since I'm here and I don't do good just being silent, a little bit more history when it comes to these machines. I hear a lot of people say, why can't we go back to the old process? Why did you guys change? Why aren't we with paper ballots? Well, one, we are with paper ballots, as I corrected myself. I didn't correct myself, I got corrected. Duo ballots are paper. They're just marked by a machine, and the absentee ballots are marked by you guys because they're mailed to your home. When we had ES&S, which was prior to HART, there were paper ballots, but every ballot was a paper ballot. Canyon County has over 60 taxing districts. That's a potential for multiple ballot faces within a precinct. So, for instance, you have 12 school districts. If all 12 school districts put on a trustee election to vote on the trustees, depending on where you live, you could have a completely different ballot than your neighbor. We have had to where there's maybe, I can't remember what the highest number of ballot faces we've had before. 17 ballot faces in one precinct. So imagine if you were a volunteer, you volunteer maybe once or twice a year, and you're from 17 different ballots with a code like MMS Z5, MMS 25, all of that, and you have a voter coming along, and you're trying to determine what it is out of 17 ballots. First of all, you have them spread out along the table, you're trying to determine, and then add a second page to that because the ballot's extremely long. That's a huge margin for human error. We used to have the auto mark machines, which were actually very similar to these. These assisted those with disabilities in marking a little circle that was on the ES&S ballots, in case they weren't able to mark it properly and they didn't want it to go to adjudication, or whatever the case may be. The auto marks were outdated. They could no longer be updated because they were at the end of their life. So we had to do something to have for our voters who needed assistance with voting. Can you guys just verify there's 18?
18, yes.
Okay. When we looked at it, from what we found is the option with the current company we had, it was a different ballot. I'm not saying anything negative or bad about it, but it was a smaller ballot that looked completely different than everybody else's ballot. When we looked at HART, these machines are able to have a remote that's connected to each and every duo. It has an option for a wheel to make your selection. It has headphones. It has an option for the tactile buttons in case you can only hit yes or no. It also has Braille, and the screen changes depending on if you need certain colors or different or black and white, depending on if you have any visual impairments. The other neat part about it that pretty much sold it for me is there is a port for someone to plug in puff and sip. So if someone is quadriplegic and they would like to vote and not have any assistance, they plug in their puff and sip and they are able to vote just like everyone else in the polling location. So this allows every voter to vote in the same manner without feeling like they're put on a different machine, a different ballot. And I really liked that idea. I felt that was our best option. The other issue was improperly marked ballots. I saw a lot of information in regards to other states saying, well, how do I know that the person who was adjudicating or doing resolution on my ballot marked what I put on? When we were using our old process, if you didn't mark the ballot properly and fill in the oval, and as much as we've used Scantrons, I feel like everyone here almost has Scantrons. I just sold her out, I'm sorry. But bubbles are not that easy. And if you have problems with shakiness, Parkinson's, you can't get it in that tiny little bubble. And so we were here for hours in prior elections through the night doing resolution on improperly marked ballots. I remember people taking turns laying on the counters trying to get rest. We watched the sun come up. We watched it go down. We watched it come up. We're tired, and that requires two people looking at a ballot and determining the voter's intent. Some of the voter intent is not obvious. If somebody's got a scribble all over everything, I don't know which scribble is supposed to be the scribble that tells me yes, and therefore that race goes blank. So we thought, what could we do for the voters in Canyon County? Fix improperly marked ballots and ensure that anybody with disabilities is able to vote in the same manner as everyone else. And this is the solution that we came up with. When we had ES&S, even though you guys voted on paper ballots and you deposited them into a ballot box, where this is the ballot bag, they still came back to our office and went through a tabulator. It was a central tabulator. It was a big machine. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but it tabulated in the same manners that these do, but you're not there to watch it. So that was the other thing we thought that Canyon County voters would appreciate, is as you're depositing your ballot, you're seeing it, try and read it. It gives you a flag. It says it's been recorded. You see the ballot tally go up, and you know it's been cast right in front of you. If there was an issue and it spit it back out because it couldn't read it, we could spoil that ballot, reissue you a new one, and make sure that it's cast right there in front of you. So although it appears like it's a completely total different process and it appears like it's all in electronic, it is the same process, just precinct tabulation versus central tabulation, which is the same as that scanner that does central. And so even if we did not have these and we were like Ada County, they have the paper ballots with the boxes, not the dual ballots. But what happens is their precinct scanners can sometimes back up. Ballot is improperly marked. This machine spits it out. They spoil that ballot. They go back. They get reissued a ballot. They mark it again in the proper manner, and then it goes through. And so this just took that process of the potential of an improperly marked ballot getting spit out and holding up the precinct scanner line out of the equation.
What other counties use HARP?
Ooh, there have been several that have flipped over. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I want to say Franklin County might have been the last one that just went. I haven't talked to Drew in a little bit because he'll usually update me, but I do know that Ada County uses HARP, and they use the precinct scanners. They just print on demand, which means they have printers out there. It issues the correct ballot. It prints it. They go sit down at a voting booth. They mark it, and then they go to the precinct scanner. The other thing is when you look at our e-poll books are the ones that are pulling up the correct ballot style based off your address. So what taxing districts your address pays, involves in your tax statement. So if you get your guys' tax statement at the end of the year, not the assessment that we just got, you will see what taxes are being pulled from your property. That's what you're eligible to vote on. And so you want to make sure that you're voting on something that has to do with whether it's going to raise your mortgage or not, or whether you would like that to be something that happens. So if I'm handing you a ballot for Valley View School District because your neighbor's in Valley View and I just think, oh yeah, there we go, I don't got to check, and you're really in Caldwell, you just voted for everybody who lives in Valley View possibly to have the bond and their taxes go up, or to not allow them to build a new school, depending on how you feel, and you don't even live there and it affects nothing to do with you. So what the poll books do is print a barcode that our controller, which is that machine up there, you'll just see there's an orange box that says C, that scans that barcode, it pulls up the accurate ballot to your address from the poll pad. The poll worker confirms it, they issue a randomly generated access code that is put into the Duo to pull up your ballot face. So it doesn't have your name, anything like that. It's just saying she's in Valley View School District, she needs the Valley View ballot pulled up. They vote on that. You have several times to confirm, yes, this is what I want to vote on. Even after you print, you can confirm. Like I said, prior to you doing this, you have the option to fix whatever you don't want on your ballot. But once this says that, you can't. It's done. Can you verify this?
Yes. I'm gonna go ahead and load these ones up again with the same election, just the new drive on them. So in order to do that, I have my new drives that I just wrote on that tower over there, that's a bunch of them. You put one of these in, and then you also have to put one of these keys, the encrypted keys, into these machines as well. And then when you turn it on, it takes about 5 minutes. It will load everything back up. And then it will ask me for the key code, which is the code we make on that computer over there that builds the election. And then once that key code loads everything onto this, then we go ahead and put in a maintenance code, which then loads more of the election onto there. And at that point, you can then print the zero report and open the polls.
But Kylie, what if somebody steals those codes?
Then we have to redo the codes.
Like we do every election.
Yeah.
So even if you, heaven forbid, somebody were to get a hold of the codes, we go in and change them. They are changed every election. So from one election to the next, you're not going to be able to put in the same code and get anywhere.
Got 4 or 5 viewers now, so you might repeat, what are you doing right now?
Right now, I'm conducting the logic and accuracy test on the Duo ballots for the precinct tabulators. This is just showing that these are tabulating correctly. Once we're finished with this, we're going to proceed with tabulating the hand count. If it matches, we can proceed with counting with the tabulators. If it is off by 3, was it? Then we proceed with hand count with the rest of them. I almost feel like I got 4 more. Can any of my poll workers tell me what the QR code is on the ballot record? I'm going to put you guys on the spot.
No, it's specific to the race,
It's
election that we're in.
It's specific to the election and the ballot phase, so you guys are both right. Does it show their name so I can go in and be like, oh, I don't know how Pam voted because she told me.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
So if that QR code happened to be for a different election, which I don't even know how that would ever happen, this would kick it out. So if we tried to create a fake election to pretend, it would kick it out. It doesn't happen.
Could a ballot be copied?
No, a ballot cannot be copied. There are unique ballot identifiers on the absentee ballots And the duo ballots are a special thermal paper. It's a special weight. And you can only purchase this from Hart in Texas. But as most of our poll workers know, because it probably gives them a headache, any variation in how light or dark this is, this machine spits it back out. It doesn't like anything. So thermal paper, obviously you run through a hot copier, it's going to turn black. So there's no potential to copy there. But even if you had some kind of crazy way, it can identify that it's not the true ink that was printed by the laser printer inside of here. We also have what is called a watermark. And that is specific to each election. It is changed each election. And that will also 17. One of them right here.
She was.
I'm sorry.
Nasty.
I left one ballot. I apologize. It was in there. There's 18 on here, 17. I have these separated so I didn't mix it. Now it's not going to read. 18. All right. So it's always good to have two eyes. In our office, everything is dual custody, dual verification. Yes.
After an election and a recount, what do you do with the ballots?
After an election and a recount. So for the recount, we are actually going to impound these again. There is, and I apologize, I don't have the code in front of me, but there is a specific time depending on what the outcome of this is for, I wanted to say candidate can test, but it really depends on the outcome. So they will be impounded. We, as a practice, impound them, not impound, but we keep that door locked and we do not go into the vault after an election until the 20 days after the canvass where someone could potentially call for a recount. And that just helps us feel safe that no one can, we don't want people to feel like we've gone in there and tampered with anything prior to the call for a recount. We don't have 4 marks sit over here with them unless we know the recount coming or if they're impounded, but we do keep it locked. Once we've reached that period, then they are boxed and they go to retention for 5 years. After 5 years, then they are past their retention cycle and they can be shredded. You can also tell by the excitement of the poll workers that it's a scene inside of the drive compartment.
It's pretty cool. I've only ever had one of these machines show up with a drive lock. It was a controller though. Drive lock. It's still there.
Okay, 18. All right. Maybe I should have someone verify I pull all of the ballots out too, since I can't even collect 18 ballots.
Verify the ballot bags.
Just because I'm the supervisor doesn't mean I know how to collect paper or put them through. In training, I don't know how many times I've accidentally went to pull one of these off and I forgot to unplug it. And I'm like, that's what we don't do. That was just a test.
Just showing you.
I've never done it a couple of years. And you're like, really? You're going too fast. So, and since we have viewers, Kylie is loading the election onto the precinct tabulators. That way, if the hand count matches and we're able to proceed with the remaining count through tabulators, they are ready to go. Once a drive has been tabulated, it cannot be put back in a machine and more counts added to it. Therefore, she has to create a new drive that allows us to count. In order for her to load a machine, she's required to have an encrypted blue B drive key that is only contained within our office. I know I voted, let me go. I'm sorry, hold on. The B drive that is encrypted that holds the election, as well as an administrative passcode, a maintenance passcode, and an open the polls passcode. So these are the hand count, yes. She's going to print the zero report on all of the machines so they're ready to go. This report is printed every election. It shows that no votes have been cast prior to opening the polls. This is why we don't get volunteers.
This is more volunteers I've seen in a while.
Okay. Empty? Empty. Thank you. Moving on.
Do you want to sit?
Yeah. Thank you.
I did. I don't know.
Oh. These machines allow you to sit or stand. And I'm impatient, so I don't want to flag. I'll be a horrible receiver. Yeah, I was thinking about that one night. I was like, why should we sending her out? It's the same essentially. It's Ulta versus Sephora. I don't see a better difference. It just depends on Yep. So this is lifetime. This shows sheets, so if we were to have a 2-page ballot, that would be double of what this is. So if it ever wasn't double, that would say 8 years. So then a second sheet. It will not give me a count. It'll just tell me that that ballot has been cast. It's the drive in there that will give count. And then that's what Kylie will tabulate on that. Yep. And we do this every election. So we do. I think it was the last felony that we finally had something to show up. Most of them we honestly pretend to be like Einsteins, and so I'll go loading ballots, you know, we just entertain ourselves. The absentees are usually, it depends on how election day goes. If it's crazy and you're all out in the field, that tends to be a little bit of a slower process, but otherwise we run absent out the day on election day. During the recount, so that would be the next process. show that Central is tabulating correctly. Oh, so don't use it right now. So I'll check with her. She'll make sure that that's tabulated. And test after that one as well. And then what happens with that is once that's completed, that gets loaded on the drive as well. All tabulated on that. And then we'll run absentees on that. Yep, you guys are more than welcome anytime it shows up. The neat part about those is it'll say ballot number 67 not read, or it'll tell you something. These we were talking about central state, so I wrote on the dish, central state, and everything correct. Can I do it? Okay, so when you count absentees, if you, if anything pops up, you know, like how it will say like, oh, this ballot falls in or something like that, it will show you these things that looks like, because that would be every ballot for every year. And then never, if there's, there are ballots 18. If I run about like 20 for absent ballots, it will tell me exactly which number on that stack has the problem. So a lot of times it's white out. And in that case, I count and then I grab that ballot out of there and then we discard that entire batch and we scan it. So we never keep a batch that has a problem. We always try to scan the batch so that it's the whole batch. We have no issues. Keep them separated though. All right. They write original on one and then they literally take one person will read. It usually people that come in.
Some sort of.
There's kind of a process. If we can't determine the vote, or if they mark documents, so I put it all they're mixed in. You're not required to vote on any race.
Just for.
So
Yeah, just.
they just like it. See, those make sure I don't feel my hair. So if I take off.
Scott. I'm gonna head out. We'll be here inside. If you have any questions, let us know. If we can't answer. Check in with you when you get. What is
So like. You can work the anyway, that would have been sort of give that.
She's been doing that.
Well, I'm for.
And just for more information, when I say resolution, that means when the ballot comes back that we are unable to read from an absentee or a curbside that would have been the ballots that the hand mark. Resolution means it goes to a team of 2 individuals. One reads. On that ballot, it is written original and a specific number. So if it's the first one, 001. The duplicate blank ballot is labeled duplicate 001. One person reads, the other person marks, and then they both verify that the ballot is identical to the ones that they have to recreate to be read. Then we also have a log that has both of the names of the individuals who were part of the resolution team. It has the start time, the end time, the ballot precinct number, and if it's a party ballot, the end time, and then both initials again. And so we have logs anytime we have to do resolution on a ballot to show each ballot that we've done, and we keep those together with originals and duplicates stay together so we can see why. Was it ripped? Was it bent? Did somebody spill their coffee on it? Looking at it, during the morning paper or whatever the case may be. Okay? These are your LNA ballots. Okay. Yep, so the LNA is complete. She's just, have you tabulated all the drives? She's going to tabulate all of the drives from all 12 precinct scanners and central scan, where we scan the absentee ballots that are hand marked ballots. Yep. These ones were the ones that you open and pull. I just don't want to mix them with the LNA.
The ones on that, yeah, the ones on that.
This is opening. This is LNA. Right?
No, those are the ones we just did.
And that's LNA over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it. So those, along with any LNA ballots, I want to just put all that together. And then maybe we should do a smaller one for the 0 reports for the recount, please.
All right, so what do you think?
Interesting. Well, as long as you do this. Yeah.
Oh, this is open. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Use this. Yeah, I wanted that would be, so this is what we expected.
This is so which was the, is this the, what you expected? Or is this the results?
As when we start talking about. Well,
Yeah, it's the results. If you want to see what the results are.
You're so blessed. Thank you. Here. You have to keep consistent. Yeah, right.
What's over about
what they're basically saying.
Okay.
She went that way.
I know.
Faster.
I want to run this way. You're ready. You're ready.
Yeah, you have to.
Is there one where you have polls open?
They've all been, no, we can, I haven't opened the polls on any of them. I can just get them.
These have already run the report.
Okay.
We can open the polls on.
Scott, do you want to choose the machine? No? Judy, do you want to choose the machine? No? Okay. I mean, that's the most entertaining part of the whole thing. I'm kidding.
That's like, what's machine you put?
Do you want to run these one print? So kind of.
Both of these still have the drive doors open. Do you want us to press this?
Do you want to just run it on this one?
For this one.
Well, whatever one's ready, if you want to run it, I want to print. They just need an open poll.
I'm gonna take this one. There you go.
You didn't even manage all.
Pass it.
Pass them up here.
This is the zero report for this machine showing that it's back at zero.
We'll move.
You were leaving, so I didn't want to give it a shot.
Are you okay if we use? Okay. Kylie, we can use more than one if you want to have them open the polls. And if you want to just that.
Are you okay with using multiple?
Yeah.
So when will you run
The absentees will be, so the hand count, we have to ensure that it matches. Once that matches, then we'll begin to count. So Kylie will run absentees and send it on the process while each person runs their individual ballots from elections. The resolution ballots are. Yep. Okay. Okay, yeah. So as soon as they make sure that these match and we are okay to proceed with using the machines for count, then we can proceed a lot quicker. At the beginning, it's kind of slow moving start.
They don't have as many machines. So this is gonna be the quickest. No, but I think it's. Yeah. I think it's. Or tell me why. She's got a couple kids. Something.
Because we still count all of them.
No, they go to, they went to a program called the
I would make sure that
Preschool.
preschool, they don't move from their station.
Summer. Down the garden.
Oh, you can. From here, I can speak to
So at least they let it. The assistant helper manage the other kids. You know, 17-year-old that
You're so good. I need to get my steps in. That sounds like I No, I got mine.
they go to hard, which is, I went there. So it's kind of, there's still some of the same teachers there. In Saudi, I know Chris in Saudi. She was oh. Yeah, that's hand socks. Yes. And they're cousins or family to in my house. Curry's family. His name is Poncho. He was a basketball coach at Michigan Valley. His dad is a card. So.
These are fuel cover in this envelope, which is our forms. Everybody is overseas, they sign up under NPA work, and it allows them to have.
Yeah, I graduated in 99. My brother was
It also allows them to cross the actual jail, but most of those have to be by resolution because these are what we call resolutions, so anything that's got
But he was 3 years in.
red, we're implementation of them. So,
Even though Boise's grown,
red,
still.
to make sure that none of them are District 9 anything where we just right there. I know, these are the resolutions.
My wife.
Let me get a table first.
Oh, got about what, 3,000 some odd?
No, I want to know first if I'm in your way, because when precinct 1 doesn't sound Three and four.
And then here, the table up against the wall.
It is an interesting process, because we're, our office just gets here to the umpire. Make sure there's no issue. Just, they're the ones.
I mean, during an election, I'm over here during, prior to an election. I move around a lot. The meetings I have, I'm seldom actually in line.
But the school officer wants
I'm a very.
Everybody wants to do voting ballots.
the sample will have to.
Everybody stay where they're at, so I know which procedures.
Yes.
Haley, what are your thoughts? My thing is wrong.
I think, yeah, because it's gonna be part of full count. Yeah. Starting off on
Where we talking about?
Yes, the sample out. The precinct box.
Yep. Hey, Scott, I am looking through the originals of the resolutions. Do you want to come and sit down and make a third pair of eyes for me? For the resolution, the ones we were talking about? So these are all the originals that we started. So I'm looking through to see if we have legislative district 9. So that way you're right along with me.
Yes.
I know. We're working on that right now.
This is just not, we save everything that comes with it. So it's kind of like a random stack of 2611.
So this is all.
Yeah. Let's see. It's so light.
Yeah.
So I'm just making sure, and you're more than welcome to sit down too. So these are the originals from anything we had duplicated. I'm gonna go back right now. So I'm just making sure if there's legislative district 9 say with the light, that's usually what causes it. 2311.
You're all done?
Yes.
You're all
I
done?
verified 24 and 25.
13.
You had to play right.
That one would have been that.
So we
48, 12, 0.
Okay.
Okay, so here's 0209. It was wonky. It's the only word, for lack of a better term, wonky. And there's two other for precinct 29. So we know that we're going to be in our miscellaneous bag, which is where we do all of the duplicated ballots, websites. There will be two that we can identify these with. So match up with. So we'll put those to the side. 2311. And you should make sure. Let's look at that too. I forgot about party. So Republican, 0209. Nonpartisan, 0209. So there should be one. And what would happen here is because of the long ballot, if the individual did not want to read the ballot, so to try to put it in, it didn't read and didn't have enough time, we always give them the option, let's spoil this and go ahead and create a new one. Some of them absolutely don't want to, and they say just send it back to the office and let them duplicate it. I prefer they do it, but I can't force them to do it. But we prefer they do it all on their own. So we got 1523. Do you want to share? 4923. Oh, got stuck in. 5023. 4513. Some of them just don't like it. I don't know where that one is. 4413. That one's the bend.
So we'll compare them to
They do white out. Right.
Oh, there it is, yeah, whiteout is really tough, it will not even treat it, so again, with the copy and the things like that, whiteout, they don't immediately catch it, and I see whiteout there too, good catch, John. 4413. They made a bunch of errors. So 4413.
From January. No, I can't.
3713. 4313. They got eaten. Yeah. Looks like a dog took a bite out of it.
I'll get my ballot. Yeah.
1010. Yeah, it could be a little bit out of the box. Oh, they.
Employees think so.
That's right here. And so we had to duplicate it because this. 4413, the dog ate it. I'm not really sure. 12, yeah. We've gotten criminals all over as well. Very good.
Well,
This one's
showing November.
3012.
And they-
2311. They do write us very nice notes when they're angry at us. Lots of nice notes we get. 1010. Coffee at the breakfast table, 1210. I hope it's coffee.
Retirement place.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, I'll wash my hands. 3112.
Anytime, I'm 60.
White out. 3012.
Yeah.
So,
You need to do stuff.
That's the original, the only thing I'm seeing on this one is it looks like when they.
I know, Lacey Renee died.
So,
And within 2
is it
years,
all
I got
hesitation marks? And say, I'm not sure, I want you to look at it. So I could have taken that hold as a hesitation mark. 3012. 1911. And that's our watermarks that I was talking about. 1210. 69. Thinking the 12 here is the issue. But yeah, sometimes people will have to talk. That's another thing to lay up some people. It's full, and then it'll pay that you guys count for your staff of like 100, 533. Put it out for notification. Run the batch again. This one is 309. We got a full here, a full here. And so it's the way that it's folded there. And one thing, they had white out and erase. And so we have 1, 3, 1, 2.
You have to look at party. Did you get?
Yeah, we did.
You only did on that.
We did on that one. So we got 0109 Republican. 0209 Republican. 0309 Republican. 0609.
So what do you do with those once you get these elections?
So this is where they would go to resolution. So then Kylie, when she's standing right there, she would actually take these and give them to the resolution team in the basket. So she'll set them in there and then together. This would be the original, but it's going to be duplicated on one of the absentee hand ones. We're not going to send the tool to recreate it in a business scanner. So then we would print a blank one of the same ballot, and then say we were partners, we would sign the resolution log, put the time in, the ballot, and then I would say, okay, one for Grapo, and then we would mark Grapo, and then watch that you mark that same one, the U.S. representative, West Culture, and watch that you mark West Culture, and you would go down the list. Now, obviously here, I cannot tell what the voter intent is, so that might be a little bit hard. Luckily, I can see the name that we're looking for, but we would definitely have to look, because I think I see like a Debbie Critchfield and a Lawson. But voter intent is very hard to see on that. So, but that's what we would do, and then we would look at both and say, okay, do they need to match? Make sure we correct it. Okay, this goes in the envelope with originals, and then the duplicates are put in a basket for control. So those are the ones we're on the lookout for. And I'm going to put all of these back in our originals, and then if you guys don't mind keeping an eye on my Uokava real quick. Just to make sure I don't have any in Uokava. Uokava is our military or citizens who are overseas. And so we keep a report of anybody who is signed up for Uokava and their residential address here in Idaho, and then which address we send it to. So it looks like there's an unaffiliated for precinct 0409. There's an unaffiliated for precinct 4513. There's a Democratic for 1010. An unaffiliated 3713. A 2912 Republican, 3613 Democratic. So we don't have any that your race would fall under with Uokava. I would show you underneath, but they actually have to sign an affidavit that goes with theirs, and then they don't have a secret I would have to separate it if your race was on there and then show you. Okay. So I'm gonna put this one back, but we will keep this up with this, and so we know that we have these that are going to have a duplicate ran through. And if you guys come, well, actually, Kylie, when you come across the duplicate, will you let me know so we can do a reference? Okay. Okay.
All right, so I've reviewed and compared the results of the sample that went through the machines. I'm gonna ask you guys to run them again.
Okay.
Because the results are different. The calculation of under overvotes was 25, the machine only calculated 16.
Okay.
And then.
Is that due to central?
And then Syme's votes matched, Representative Boyle's, were on by 1. So it's just, I want to figure out what happened with the under overvotes, so we can, I want to run them.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good to me.
Do we need to do the hand count?
Do you want to substitute?
Same machine or different?
I just want to pick 2 machines. Can we just pick 2?
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
They're always very.
When the drives in there. Everybody asks me stuff, and bear with me. I'm not yelling at you.
This one has a drive.
Nobody needs that, so you can start. No.
We only need to do one.
Because central has.
I did have some, yes, I was, there's 2 of the.
Yeah, that really doesn't make sense.
I'll be happy to. You guys say we used all those machines? Yes. She has all the drives out. That's the only one that's in hand? Yeah, so I'm waiting for Kylie to give me a drive.
So they running them all again?
I don't think so. That's his call.
No, it's random. Okay. These are the ones.
But that does not make sense to me as far as go through what one vote on. The hand count.
So, Chris.
One of those got,
Yeah. So. Correct. So you're showing 0.
you would show up. That's the one. Okay, so that would make it okay. Haley?
I figured we had.
So when we pulled the ballots, there's unaffiliated in there. We did not separate by the party. We just pulled ballots out.
Right.
So when she tabulated, it tabulated Republican. So if there's an unaffiliated that went in as an undervote because there's no name on there, that's going to bring the undervote up. Can you turn it on to tabulate all parties?
But there's no way to tabulate. It's not on the unaffiliated ballot. It's
Our
not
names
on
would
the
not be on it. Unaffiliated.
No, I know that, but will it count, because it's an unaffiliated ballot went in, it'll count something, like, can we just do?
Or you have to count it in there and see what was unaffiliated. There's no way for the machine to know that race for unaffiliated because it's not on the ballot for those precincts.
It makes sense what you're saying, because their hand count, if they got an unaffiliated ballot or a ballot that didn't have a name, would be
Right,
undervote.
so any Democratic, unaffiliated, Libertarian.
But it's not going to fall on an undervote in the Republican
No,
race.
it's just not going to, that race just isn't on
It's
the
not going
ballot.
to count.
But they counted them as an under.
So,
You want me to pull
I
out
feel
that are
like-
not Republican?
Yeah, you probably better let pulling out the ones that aren't and seeing if it adds up to that 2025. Does that make sense? I don't have a way to pull those numbers.
So we really should pull out the
Yeah,
unaffiliated ballot.
does that make sense what we're saying?
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, Haley, help me out here.
yeah, I will, sorry. Let me put this. Okay, so your guys' race is a Republican race. When we pulled all the ballots out, there are some ballots from other parties in there. We didn't just pull Republican. So when you're looking at your race, when they totaled, if they got an unaffiliated or a Democratic or a Constitution, your name wouldn't be on there. So that would be considered an undervote because there was no name. If you want, I can calculate how many are from other parties, so we can go through the stack and pull anything that's not a Republican ballot and make sure that that adds up to show the 25.
Out of
And
that
I can,
270 only from that statute.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And that
Or-
number was correct. So like 270, like I ran 270 ballots.
Yeah, okay.
Or what I can also do is grab a team of two, and or I can grab a team. I can add parties on there next to each line so that they can put R, U, D. So like, here's your Republican one, and then add an unaffiliated and a Democrat to where it's all on the log, and we can just add those in. It really depends on what you guys would like to show.
Well, I don't think they're gonna know. Okay. 20?
Yeah, so there's 16, but when they hand counted, if they came across an unaffiliated ballot, a Democratic ballot, those would be considered under because their name wouldn't be on those ballots. So they weren't looking at party, they were just looking for Scott Syme or Boyle. So if they went through the candidate names.
So you're saying this is done?
Yeah, because this would include
That's what I-
Democratic, constitutional.
That's what I'm saying. It makes, to me, it makes more sense to do the hand count.
And just, do you want me to edit this form? We'll do form number 2 and include unaffiliated ballot, Democratic ballot, Constitution, Libertarian, or have them write what party it is in the box that they're marking. So See,
She touched me. Sorry.
because the only one that's gonna have CL U would be over here, and then there should be, anything over 16 should have an undervote right here. Does that make sense?
Still does not, even with that all said, that still does not.
They pulled it out three.
Yeah, I think the hand count one more time wouldn't be a bad idea, and then we'll do both. Because I did not even register the other parties being an undervote. That did not,
So when you do that though, let's have one reader and two talliers.
yeah, definitely. Let me go print two more. Sorry, guys. Does that make sense to both of you?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because I was
I'm
gonna,
with you.
and I'm like,
You say the second tally had somebody looking over the shoulder.
yeah.
Or if there's
Yeah.
one vote.
And I almost, if you guys would like to,
It would still be done by machine.
well, we have a tally or a reader, and then that way,
1%.
you don't want that. Okay. I just want to make sure you guys are able.
Looking at, and since we did 270, we're rounding up to 3, so one vote for it, so it's still.
Okay, we're still gonna redo it.
Anything over.
I know you can't, by statute, you can't request a head count regardless, it has to go through the machine. So when it's over.
Yeah, I mean, you want to try to recreate it just as it was on election. Phil McGrain and I had a lot of discussions. Try to make it the same as election night.
But the hand count where you get the confidence of the machine. Hopefully. The whole thing gets kind of complex.
Yeah, of course, sitting here watching their hand count makes you wonder why there's a difference. You know, a one vote difference. And in this race, one vote on that sample.
Right.
Makes a lot of difference.
Right.
So again, that's why my default is just try to make it like the election night because the literature I've read, hand recounts, you can read and take differently. than So that's why the legislature set up this process this way. So.
Well, and typically the hand count is where the problem is. The smaller the hand count, the more accurate it is. Do a total hand count, it's always off.
Well, so that CWI, Ada, they had, I think, teams of 4.
And then you kind of went.
I was just asking, how many do you guys have?
You almost had it. Yeah.
Let's see, the last one we did like that, we had 16.
See, we're used to that going through.
I think we had 4 tables of 4.
Yeah.
So that 8 count difference that you had, we found 8 ballots that were not Republican. I'll help when they recount.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how does it show up then on the printout? Or does it show up on the printout?
No, because those races just aren't on those ballots. It's not even an undervote. They were counting it as an undervote because the race wasn't on there and they wanted to label it as something. Makes sense. But on our system, it just shows up as nothing. It wasn't a race on those ballots.
Okay. Well, I think we should just do the hand count.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that we did find 8, so we can put those when they count them. They cannot count them as different parts.
Are you good with that?
Okay.
Well, and it explains that number, it explains.
So if I could have 2 talliers. Aiden and I are gonna sit at the end. Do you want one too? Sorry. Or you wanna just sit with me and we'll tally? Aiden and I are just gonna observe, and then we'll have one reader on this side. Yeah, let's get some chairs.
So we're tallying the exact same.
Yep. Are there any more anywhere? This is it.
So when we come across those 8 ballots, it's.
You want to sit now or you want to wait until we're? Grab a chair. Yeah, thank you very much.
Oh, judicial.
And so you'll watch Jolene, I'll watch Jolene. Yeah. And so Jolene, you're gonna call out.
Oh.
Sorry.
So I understand. Oh, well, that was good. I just gotta sit there and that.
If you guys want to take a break for a bathroom or a snack really quick while we do this,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
that'll
You should.
work, yes.
So,
So, yeah, so when you guys are writing unders and overs, as opposed to an X, right, call out improperly. So then we'll write a Q. Does that make sense for an under or over? Well, it would be under. Yeah. So you can just call out all of them. We're gonna put them back in, but I want it on. Yeah, unless we're gonna completely remove them.
So when they sort of pulling it out, they didn't see
Mr.
either of your names on there.
Are we
So they
gonna
assumed that
completely
it's a
remove those
no
out
vote.
and just do Republican, or we're gonna put those back in?
So these are the one vote for Judy.
Yeah, and so once we get to that point, that's where we break the order. Okay, so it's just gonna be under at this point. Okay,
Got it.
all right. Judy Boyle.
I could ask Mel about that.
Yeah.
It's a bit of this.
And that's the problem with hand recounts is increase the budget there.
Scott Sim. Under. Judy Boyle. Under. Scott Sim. Scott Sim. Judy Boyle. Scott Sim. Scott Sim.
One vote.
Scott Sim.
Should have been 1 point.
Scott Sim. Yeah. Scott Sim. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Sim. Judy Boyle. Scott Sim. Scott Sim.
Yeah.
Scott Sim. Scott Sim. Judy Boyle. Under. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Sim. Scott Sim. Judy Boyle. Under.
Sure.
Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle.
Don't have any ballots?
No, I didn't. No. Scott Sim. Scott Sim. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Sim. Scott Sim. Scott Sim. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Sim. Judy Boyle. Scott Sim. Judy Boyle. Scott Sim. Scott Sim. Judy Boyle. Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Under. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Under. Judy Boyle. Under. Scott Syme. 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 Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Can you stop 1 second? Do we have 8 under, 60 Syme, 50 Boyle? All right, good. Okay. Continue. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Under. Under. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. I was waiting for you to straighten up. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme.
Well,
Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Under. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Under. Okay, 1 second. I'm sitting at 12 under, 81 Syme, and 80 Boyle. Perfect. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott
Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle.
I think you just.
You got
I'm not
signed
here.
one. All right, so just remember signed either.
So next, Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Under.
Yep.
Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Under. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Under. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle. Under. Judy Boyle. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Scott Syme. Judy Boyle.
Exactly.
Now I have nonpartisan.
Let's see where we're at there, please. So I'm showing 120 for Boyle. I'm showing 135 for Syme. 125 for Syme. And then I'm showing 16 for under.
She's showing up. Third one.
My brain hurt earlier was cigarettes okay. I'm like,
So, but let's. So what's your total for sign?
I show 125.
How many undervotes do you have right now?
16.
Correlating with this. The only difference is you got $120. She has $120. The standard is one vote, so threshold. 270 is 1%, so 3. So three votes. So we're below that. So you do that.
And then we're gonna skip down and we're gonna do the other now, right? The unders?
Yeah.
Okay. Just one line, or you want me to go completely on the bottom?
Completely.
Okay.
we're gonna start here. We're gonna start at 200.
Because I just want to make sure that's 270 that you guys just did.
Right. There should only be 8 right there, so we can do that bottom 200 line. And so we're just gonna write the party, okay? Nonpartisan and Yeah, you, sorry, you.
Okay, sorry, unaffiliated, 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 Democrat, unaffiliated, Democrat, Democrat.
This total.
What?
So I think there's an error there. You only counted 270 ballots. So your total counted 271. So those two are 270.
But the machine kind of, yeah, but it had 121 before.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Right, for a while, yeah.
I mean, we can move forward. I'm just looking at these and separating one of them and figuring out which one we need to sign each one or if they sign. Yeah, I would have everybody sign. Yeah.
So we know that the machine counted 207. And so this one has up to 207. So really, statistical error is 0, but you guys were below 3, right? So let's put those back.
But I'm supposed to sign just once. That one. Immediately sign.
So, 207, not today, I'm not very happy with the number. Still. Haley, how do you count? It was only 270. I'm not very happy with one.
I'm not either. That's why I kind of wanted to separate and do all Judy's, all Syme's. I mean, I know that everybody's tired, but my thought is we do it one more time and make sure it's right on the money because there's a difference. So my thought was we keep them separated and then at the end, if there's a difference, we have them counted as we're separated and I can go print a couple more of these.
Okay.
I know I overdo it, but my thought is I like being spot on.
Well, with 270, we ought to be able to get spot on,
Right.
not one.
Yeah, I am 100% on board with you. Okay, let me go print. Yeah, if you guys, and we can separate as you go through, but then that way, if there's a discrepancy, we have them already separated, we can count through. Sorry, guys.
Okay, so here's.
I like it right to it.
Because there's not very many, so this is, we'll just put the ones and then you can separate your.
That's just the eight.
So maybe one thing to consider is when you guys get to 10, I'm sure all of you are.
You mean like in the office there or right here? Staff and my kids. Oh, I see.
At the end of the line, at the end of the
At
row,
the- Yeah.
at the end of the row.
Just, everybody should say tally. That way, you know you're on the same page, and if you're not, then you can go back to those last 10.
Kind of like we used to do.
Yeah, brings back those memories.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe I need to go have a sandwich now.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, every county does it differently. I don't tell you guys how to do this, because I do this way more than I
We
do.
can separate it.
Because usually it's how this, they do it. Usually.
That's why I started separating. You guys saw me, I was like,
Yeah, but this was something
The one thing that I will ask is that if you're not part of the tally, I don't mind if you're in here, but no side conversations, because it causes the mind to get distracted. You're more than welcome to step outside, but if you're in here, it's complete silence. I ask of you. Thank you.
And what are we doing now?
Separating them by Boyle, Syme, so that way if this is off and we have them to literally. Perfect example by hand count, it's not great. Not that I'm trying
Especially
to.
if you get, you can't get it right on 270.
I know.
No, I haven't. Oh, you haven't done these.
So you're gonna separate those out and then just hand count how many for each candidate.
Yeah, we're just gonna sign,
Good.
Boyle, and if anybody has a different tally, then we have them more to separate out. I'm sorry, I know I'm ridiculous. One, to me, is just not acceptable.
It wasn't your call, it was mine.
It was, but I was right on money with you. I was just waiting. I was like, I hope he doesn't want to go with that. That's why I started separating when I was here.
Well, not only do the candidates,
That's for sure.
Yeah.
I do too.
not to mention.
Yeah.
No, you're fine.
No, it's not about speed. What do I say?
I know, in fact, one time I was like, am I going too fast?
Yeah.
I was like,
Remember what I say in training, it's not about how fast you go, it's about how accurate you go.
well, in your eye, that's why I'm like, sometimes I like have to like double check, because your eye wanders
So
through the
then,
rest of the day.
Jolyn, when you call them out, slide it face up to Aiden, and once you confirm, flip over.
Okay. Scott? Judy? 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 Scott. Okay, so we'll start with the.
How about we just count the files?
You want it?
Sure. What do we do now? Count the files.
Count the Boyle file.
Okay.
So we do the other stack. Count like $100.
Yeah.
Election integrity.
Well,
What? That doesn't mean it's accurate. I'm just saying that's what I counted.
Sticky? Oh. Separating.
You're good. You're good. I'll be around. I'll put it back.
One stuck. That's 10. That's 10. So we got
121.
Okay, and there was 10 in each of these.
121, 125. That's what the machine can. That's what we have here. See what's wrong with hand counting?
Yeah.
All right, we
So, ready to run through? Does everybody feel comfortable? All in favor? All opposed? Move forward. Okay, I'm gonna put these back in Anderson Halls, and, yep, we're gonna hold on to those.
Just want you to remember, put those great files.
Yes.
Kind of like counting out $100 bills. Kind of I had to have.
Jumping right into Okay. Precinct 1 is Jean and Pam. Jean, all you're gonna do is you'll have the ballot bag. She's gonna have stacks put them through each of hers. Or if you guys want, you can have the pile right here and you guys can each deposit precinct 1 in these two. Precinct 2, I forgot to add, I have Bonnie and Jolene, right?
Yeah.
So Jolene,
We're here.
you're going, oh, you're going on the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Kylie, are all the machines set up so they can count?
Yeah.
It was the same thing.
We know.
How are you guys all looking at?
Precinct,
Oh, yeah,
yes.
very good.
They're not $500.
Anxious to get done.
So the treasurer,
Yeah,
our
she's gonna
county.
So we're gonna reset the machines to do the full count.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're just making sure that, yep, because it's always hand count.
They need to come to us.
Okay, so if you are in precinct 2, which would be Bonnie and Jolene, Bonnie in the
No.
ballot bag has District 11. So anything that has legislative District 11, you're going to keep out, and you're only going to hand Jolene precinct 2.
Okay.
Who do I have observing precinct 2? Is it me? Ah, it's me. Got it. Okay. So I will watch, make sure you don't get into trouble. Even though I can't do you guys want us to just run Republican?
Sorry.
Because if that's the case, then we have to separate every ballot bag. We're gonna, I say count the entire bag. Yeah, just the entire bag as long as it's precinct 2.
Okay.
So we have precinct 2 and precinct 11 that are co-located, so you're just gonna pull out 11, set it aside.
I see it all night.
Precinct 3
This one's not been used.
is Greenleaf, it's Katie and Anna. So you guys can do the same as them, if you want to have stacked and full frontage, you don't have anything different. Precinct 4 is the South, so you guys can do the same. You can go ahead and just.
Can I leave these unattended?
I'm gonna take that.
So the logistics are.
All we have in the bag.
Yep, so you guys just kind of have your bag and just deposit when she sets up. Precinct 5, you guys have 14 in your bag as well. So Peggy, you're going to remove 14, put it on the table and hand to Stella only precinct 5. And who do I have observing 5? Kylie.
Every machine is.
So make sure to look at it just as a double verification. If you see 14, don't put it in there. Go ahead and hand it back to
That's how
Peggy.
we're at.
And then precinct 6 is Marianne and Sarah and Yvonne. Yvonne's more than likely going to help because you have to look for precinct 30, 47, and 48. Those stay. The only thing we're counting is precinct 6. So I gave you a good old partner here. I'm letting you borrow her because I'm picking on that. You're in good hands, don't worry. Yes. Yep, go ahead and distribute
We
the
don't have
bags.
enough room here to store. Some store.
We need to keep track of these real lots. No?
logistically, it's a nightmare. Basically, it's like setting up
No, it's on the election.
54 different restaurants, several locations, feeding $100,000 voters, different meals.
I was panicking because I was like, no. I just felt like I was like in zone. I was like, oh, please don't have.
When we did the audit, we were able to, like,
And about that?
1 second. Just wait until everybody's ready. Slow down. Wait until everybody's ready. You're fine.
Yeah.
Now, that's not the be all end all, but it's sorry.
They don't stay in some sort of order.
If you are separating, because you have more than one precinct, you're more than welcome to start separating. I just don't want everybody to stand until everybody's set up, ready to go, and everybody start. You can put them on a chair if it's easier between the two of you. Whatever works best. Ready? Not yet. Just set it up.
Oh, yeah.
Where can I do
If yes, slow do election is an option, then no.
Let's grab a good chair.
They're actually designed right here.
We got one between us.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna make this start. Have to have it.
Oh, there you go. So I've never broken a seal.
Sure, it's covered.
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Well,
He's been,
no, but
working on.
how did
We just throw it.
I don't want to do something wrong.
Right.
some more?
Yeah, we just.
Correct.
Well, thank you.
Everything. So my son, he's doing that. I can't remember which week it is for the class. So he started doing that.
Yeah.
He was only like 14.
This is good.
No.
Yeah.
Elementary development.
Oh, yeah.
They're teaching them that.
Oh, nice. Of course. I didn't know that. Okay. Who?
You beat that Jackson.
Okay.
Jackson was clear because Jackson was, I guess they were beating up everybody on in the Wyoming.
Yeah.
So they had to come play on our team.
Am I separating two? Okay, right.
Yeah.
I don't have a separator.
Anybody here, Robert's paper?
Precinct first.
Oh.
Well, so what happens is on this TV,
Anybody over here need a rubber paper?
very,
Oh, there is rubber. We definitely were.
it was one of the toughest days.
Anybody else? And I did one. I just made one. No, first one.
I'm gonna actually read this.
The other team allegedly ran out of players, and so more players.
Combined some teams.
They just took players from tag teams.
What position are we in?
He's not exactly.
So my son, I don't know if I remember this, you remember my son played goal. Very fast. He played goal, and he played goal all the way up to
Oh. He's got. Position skills.
My son would come home with well and bruises No, we're not doing it.
I know.
He's playing lacrosse. He's getting to the ball. Yeah.
Let's. That was like a great plan.
No, there's 9 other guys that they have to go to before they get to you. So it's not always your fault.
So the day was in fall. He was playing goalie and scored 7 shots. And so he had to.
Yeah.
But then, the next day, oh, that's what
Does he like position?
yeah, so it happened in spring break. We took him to the gym. We jumped into the foam pit, expanded the dog. And we got yeah, he's got a buddy.
They
Turns
only
out
have
it's
one,
just pretty
but
severe.
like they have precincts.
Yeah. So he
They don't have anything. They have.
so that's what I found out. I think it's back to that. So we would call across India. I had so he does Thursday. So that was good. Now he's going into the fish. But yeah, one of the neighbors got a tree. You remember that? Their daughter got paid every day. Yeah.
Use a small, regular shot. And use that as his. So you just toss the ball and then just walk down low, down to it. Instead of lying on the big side. You use a small one, and then that's how you make this picture. You're punching it out, you're punching the ball. And then, yeah, you just keep it up. No, you don't have to catch it.
Yes.
And he's very kind. He's the head coach at Eagle for the Boston. So, oh, yeah. He like market. That's a sport. It can, it's fun. I mean, I've done it, I coached in California, my son played. My one of the starting goalies at the San Diego State. That was the original Indian game. It was East Coast too. So it didn't come to Boise until my sister was in high school. So we would get like 03 or 04. So,
Yeah, the 48 was a bigger precinct.
they're running.
Apparently they are more.
Okay, well, so there was some sticking issues during the hand recount, so I think they're trying to but no, it should finally get business. But the difference between election there's no such thing, but they're not as easy as I've never seen one. It really doesn't matter what you do. So precincts are so different in size. Yeah, you picked the District 1. What a claim for that. I'm really happy to do it. However, right now, 12% of that, yeah. So, 5% of the 4 ballots. It was 151 vacancies and a large percentage. Then I got sucked in, sold out. Yeah. Well, in this county, you're not race. Each county.
No, by precinct.
Tomorrow, there's 12 of these, 2 tomorrow.
Exactly.
County asked for ESNS, both representative and also machine. I think so. I keep saying, we got 3 votes, and then, have you let Megan use? She's gonna do that.
Yeah.
All 3 of them.
Yeah, not coming through there. Early voting? Oh my goodness, most of the people came in already. Oh, I see, so I can do the exact date. That's really nice.
Well, yeah.
They just went through the thing, so.
Oh, yeah. it's in the thing. I think it was Recount.
Yeah, there was one.
Like, there is a secret society right there.
I can't say they're all colonists. Grandma's from California. Right here, so I was joking. I want to support you.
In my lifetime, that's probably the third time.
Now they're gonna run these and then it ends up, that's the end.
Yeah, for today.
That's the original one.
Well, grade one, so I.
Yeah, I need to look at that.
190.
I think that's coming.
Just precinct 6, right? Precinct 6. It's like,
Three.
that means I still have to touch them.
Later on, there's no way. So,
It makes it a so there's the head of DS court. There's a batch.
I like doing it because I get to see people that
So you just,
I haven't seen
I don't know.
you know, well, then, I'm the kid girl.
So, they do the sunshine laws. Canada violate them. Do a lot of legislative opinions on election-related legislation.
Everybody does it.
Defending Department of Correction folks. So, do you remember Willie Bridgeport? Played for the Seattle Mariners. I go. I'm a utility.
No, I just.
It's still good. I've been there since Christmas of 16.
Well, I can't and I could somebody. And now. Everything like me.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah.
I got some insights.
Well, my place is go up with the side by go up the hill.
Right.
Haven't done it yet. Plan.
I know.
I've got two places.
Play for the state. That was before they actually had played.
not working.
We do the best.
Seriously, his son, yeah, years ago.
Most of our folks that are there, not playing. At some point, baseball players.
3 times.
I don't say.
I wouldn't
3 times.
So Highway 12.
You did.
And
Oh, no, I just.
So I have my leg and my interesting enough, there's a big bicycle field.
Where we live.
Here I am.
They had one Greek guy.
Well, there was an attorney.
Yeah.
Kind of gave it up.
I'm not
He did a lot of
She did a lot of work.
anyway, he said he got help. So Sunday morning.
Well, 3 of them are already ready. There's 3 of us have to separate.
But so Pachi's not a real name.
Sunday. So we're gonna have a real big countdown. That would be the fourth person. We haven't started.
I'll just elbow you. Ah, you're.
Blacker.
No, it's not. Yeah.
It's a little tab. There you go.
And she's in Colorado.
So my fault.
And they sent her her full-time
Don't
work.
want to do it.
That means she's probably going to make
Dude, you know, what do you got to do?
the next 2 starts. Starting back.
And we have to wait on it. Friends will take it all,
Takes
hire,
It's like the one
and again, that's the money. I think it's fair. Well, that 100 miles, no gas. There's the lodge.
And you know, 2 or 3 years.
Where she based out of? In Colorado?
Yeah, you're good.
Like, it's better.
And I just. I'm happy about it.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't know that, but I have heard that. You might be playing on that.
Then you call me. Thank you.
So when I went to Crete,
So, then what we're gonna do. Make sure. And as long as there's not an 06 in the all right.
4 o'clock East Coast time to fly down. 2 o'clock.
So that's a long way. My sister asked me to do her back.
47.
Yeah, Southwest Airlines.
Okay, but make sure I know what that is.
Has to twice, you know?
I was just got tickets to Boise State.
Oh, are you going to go down?
Anyway, I went to one of the
Flights for Southwest.
and it's no longer doing, I didn't.
I got to cheer.
Anyway, so I don't remember what I told her. I came in, I said, you know,
It'll be the kids' first game.
okay, here's what's going on. Am I gonna do that? Meeting adjourned.
That's cool.
Call my sister.
Yeah, I feel small.
Okay,
I
that's right.
think we were doing 7 minutes. That was a 7-minute.
I think you're stop there and just they'll be mobile.
What?
So they got good baseball.
Yes, I was separating the work.
Oh, she should do the, they don't take the ball. It's not working.
I do. I didn't mean to pull you in.
You know, I do.
I'll do it now. Let me do it at my
Yes, so you're not getting stacked up. We're gonna.
I was gonna go to University of Portland. I didn't go through the good enough to walk on.
No, not yet.
To walk on.
Put it in the bag.
So these are our polling locations. We're doing. So our precinct 2 also polls precinct 11. So they're not paying for that. And then when you go to your flat, they also have precinct 6, so that's what she's moving out there. 6, so this Farmway has 30, 47, and 48, so that's what they were moving out, and then they'll start. Yeah, that's so, and then I was just explaining the separation part, and then this is that seal lot that I was talking about earlier that shows so this is what we fill out before we employ. So it has their serial numbers, and seal lot numbers. I know. We even do it on our public information for information. So then when we read all those on the truck, chargers on Monday, we're going to check the same. My hand. So meetings come through broken, search that out. Not they come in the morning, they go through all of this information. Just means they call us, like, it says, everything's the same two initials, so usually she carries them with them. This is her folder, so I show you this.
No, it's not.
And Halifax and and then here was the clinical, so I named it all again, but then if they had anything for curbside, or if they had curbside, it shows. And then the ballot bags. I know. Really quick. Come back out. You're good. Okay, you can go in there Yeah, I know, I could do that. Fingers crossed, that's what it is. So that's on the gray bag, that's for transport purposes, just so. I always. We can have them put that number that I showed you, ballots, we don't put that number, so that way if there's any discrepancy. This is a reminder, because there are so many things that come back on tonight, I have to do a count that we need, and we really don't want to have to wait the sheriff. So we just added this reminder, this is a multiple things, but it just helps in this right here, and then this is where we would highlight everything back to. That's one I don't know. Okay. Print that ballot. They have.
Verify my 10 counts.
Do what you need to do.
Just make sure there's 10.
Sorting. I got it. Well on my way. You're good.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
So this was that one that I told you it's separate from the fund. So original. And then they use it off. So they go, for instance, some of the stuff got muddled in. The voter would notice it, and that's where I explained to them that we would offer them, we would offer them to scroll it or open a new session and go back and read through the ballot. They have the option to say, no, go ahead and let it go back to the office and let them duplicate it. I always encourage them tremendously. It's better if you just do it because but some of them are but they encourage them. It sounds to me like they may have been possibly rushed. I'm not sure. And so they but it is unfortunate you go out and spend the time to all your right Yeah, and so it's always better to let them. No, it's not. It's just a system right here. So the only one is if they can make the determination of what the ones that crunched up, it'll just be blank. And so even if they wanted to go with that race because they could look at that and so like for instance, say this one was like this and this one was circled, I would have no idea if it's the one they filled in the box or the one that they circled. Because I don't know in their mind, this is circled, like that's the one I want, or is the they filled in the box, so that one would have gone blank. That was the case. And that's what my thought is, if we're taking the time to make sure yeah, this one makes me sad because they really put Well, you know, when I was working at Celebration, I laughed because that's what you do. But I had a line of controller that I told them, so I was going to access to this whole line. Everyone's voting, and all of a sudden everybody knows. I have to let my ballots on. The whole machine's on. What? And I'm looking, and somebody's like, oh, the daisy chain. And we switched down. She's there with the card. I was like, oh no. And I was like, please don't leave. I have to set it up again, but you have to go again. I'm so sorry. And she's like, yeah. And I was like, okay. We need toys. Yeah.
Which I should have said to you. How many do we have? One,
It's really weird.
2, 3.
I don't know which one is whiteout. These folds are really hard because it does kind of mark off where it can read. So it at any point when the sheet's
Did I count that one?
it pops it on.
Okay, so that's on the sheet.
And it'll say, you know what they're trying to say, and then it'll not use it on resolution so that we can determine this is all because I know it's sheet. So when you create a ballot, there's actually two lines that show you and they also you got a minute. Right. Okay, I'll be right there. And so 100 that's where
So we separated it out for 4 precincts. Okay. So according to her count on the board, we should have 333 from this one precinct. And I already had 102 hours.
and if the presentation is like out, or we go, oh, no, I forgot. So we got it. And then it actually
From that precinct. So do we just go with that here? Okay.
Huge margin.
Yeah, that's a significant amount. So.
We were just asking.
That's, yeah. Great. Yeah, just wanted to double check before we ruin our organization and start tabulating.
Because of the amount of locations in some, it's a Republican, Democratic constitutional areas.
Keep them keep going.
I can do that too. So they got really hard on that and survey file holders and we label them the ballot, what the ballot style is, and we add paper per side for the other people. So what they're separating out is any the name of the side. I don't know why, but I want to tell you. I'm usually just help my kids and then mom.
So, yeah, I was like, that's a huge part. So, you're totally. Yeah, so that's why I was like, yeah. Oh, that's true. And I wouldn't have kept it. Oh, yes. Right? Well, like, just put it back in this box, don't put it back in the other box. Oh, I just stacked them.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I understand. No, I understand. I understand what you mean. This is like, I have to say. Yeah.
They might also be.
Eventually they have to get stacked, so.
I've been doing is I've been looking at it.
Good girl.
And that way we can make sure that we have yeah, there are these things, you know, what these things fit together.
But you know, when you got a voter standing there and you're just chit chatting with them, they just seem like they go right now. Higher up.
Okay, where is it?
There it is. You have to do both sides. Sometimes you have to be on the way to do both sides.
I have to get out and do both sides.
Yeah. One of them has two. I know. Ballots, this is what one of them. No, I need to be 6 inches. Oh, so this one's a little off the end. It's a little tall, but I'll make it work. Yeah, there it is. Oh, the one doesn't go down very low, you know. Are you guys just starting?
Yes.
I just did 26. She's got 39, 40. Yeah, we had 4 seasons to separate out. We had over 1,100 ballots. We only have to scan with one, but we had to separate out. It was a bit of a pain. That's what took us so long. Because we just, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I have got to come up with something with your name. I keep forgetting. Katie. I don't think I remember your name. Okay. There you go. There you go. Wow, Katie. Okay. Katie. Katie, wow.
I'm gonna be here pretty fast. Well, even if we were not, we would have got it right.
Between early voting, early voting, absentee, yeah, 112. I know, but we wouldn't have the ballots from everybody. Yeah. We would have ballots from absentee. We would have Creekside. We would have Creekside. Yeah. So more. There's 4 places that
So I
yes, they get folded up into an envelope and
the last
so we only had a team of 7. And 2 of us were outside. So that meant we were living with 5 people.
I already had one on phone.
I actually got to the point where when I was checking the bill, I got somebody they said yes, I said, can you go here? I did spend time and I said, help me verify your address together.
Yeah.
And so I was able to get them through a lot faster.
So when our controller line went back up, then we would, we did what was, because we were short staffed. One of the ladies working full time. And so we didn't have a problem with the lines getting too long on one, you know, one way or the other. And our scanner, she said, she was big. So we're tired, maybe she's like, I'm sorry. I think she's only 88. Oh, yeah, they're allowed to sit. She's allowed to sit, plus I bring stools for my salon. So, I mean, she had the option of standing or sitting on a stool. And for the most part, she would stand, but when she needed to, she'd sit down. So we did have, she had 2 full washers. And both of them were polished up. She had like 2 more, you know. She made it in her car for like an hour and a half. So she was thrilled. Kids were watching except for chambers and whatnot.
And they're like, hey, but I like how you just sat there for a minute, have that card that they had to take out.
It was nice. I think for November though, we're gonna just decide on the other side of the building. So we didn't have to, we don't have to deal with the crap and get your stuff and it's proper. We had so many people standing there in the house, literally you couldn't get in or out. It was so bad.
And then they get mad at you when you like, with like, I know. It's
And you go to different
I had
I was so grateful when I told her tables. I was so grateful because it was so nice. Oh my goodness. Can I sit down? Yes, absolutely. We've been standing for it. We had a couple of people were like, yeah, that would be such. So we put them on a stool for them to stand in.
Okay, I'll have you go because you're going to be fill out the rest of the application.
Right, yeah.
She didn't have her ID, and I was like, oh, I can help you with that.
How do we have the same number? You were like 15 ahead of me.
For some reason, it takes you a second sometimes to read someone.
Oh, wait, hang on.
You had it too far in. There you go.
How did I do it?
Well, you guys do different.
Come on, you're still getting done soon. I was gonna say, actually, precinct number 1 is gonna be the last one.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, 890.
Crazy. It was crazy. We had the least, it was horrible. We were like, yeah, she said, you take a 10-minute break, and like, we went in and all these things like burned our tongue.
Oh my goodness, like 3 of us, we were really burned our tongues.
I was like, we had no time to go in. How many we quit?
Huh?
Oh.
1119. And we had 4 precincts, we did 1119 people.
Yeah.
But man,
We didn't sit long at all.
No, you didn't.
yeah. I was doing smaller, I was doing group fun, I was doing holes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. 'Cause I mean, yeah.
Anytime a ballot's in play, you must have 2 people.
Come on. All three.
Oh, yeah.
It was great to come home, like, just get ready to count, like, okay, lunch. Just get ready to count. Nothing now. You're bringing your Sarah and I, whatever I.
There's nobody else.
I guess it's based on your definition. Yes. Out of all those guys, who I don't want, let's say. I have a relationship with my
Yours too?
obviously it was worse. I hope it's. So, and he knows some of the things that I want to accomplish, like legalizing online sports. Not a person. I should do it like that on UFC fights or boxing matches. Legally.
Priorities.
I shouldn't have to pay $10.99 a month for a VPN, so I can do that.
So, we just. That one was from that right there. We had it organized for the audit, that's what we did at the end of the night on election night, so we're only 1 through 6, and then we'll start running those through some of the pieces that finished. So, just to let you guys know where that one came
Hey, later. You want to tell the camera what that grabbed out? Maybe Larry has
So what the poll workers at, I'm gonna say Jolene and Bonnie, can you guys wave? I'm sorry, there they are. They are running the early voting precincts, 1 through 6. They're running the dual ballots through the machines as well. Yeah, yeah. The only
here or no, or?
you can even take it to your machine and make sure it's reading back in there. And then you can have it drop and then you'll just give it back to the
Okay.
Yep. If you guys,
Oh, okay, you're not.
yeah.
We're just double checking, make sure I didn't put some. Yeah, we're checking out.
Okay.
I got it.
So we're done.
I will have one resolution.
Mary, I might want to do that. I don't.
Resolution?
I'm just like.
They seriously smell like seashells that haven't been cleaned and that are fermenting.
I think that's one of the.
Every year,
Right?
every year of my life, when I was little, I would go to the ocean. That's where my grandma lived, and so we'd always go seashells. And so, but every time I'm like, ooh. And she's like, Sarah, you didn't look at that. I'm like, I don't want to. No, I can do that.
Does he listen? No.
Do it.
I've got plenty of family there now.
Yeah.
When I left here, it was just one home. We're both elderly.
We're actually gonna do it right there.
Yeah.
I just want to see action looks like in action.
All right, where are we at?
Oh, wait a minute.
We're gonna have to do a resolution. They're doing that right now.
Really bad. I felt like I got used up or something.
So this is gonna, we're gonna do all.
I feel really bad. I have to Chris was like, no, recount. And I was like,
Multiple injuries. I can't
I said, oh, I got bored like Chris does, and went and got himself into a.
About 332. 332.
You know how it Yeah.
Together. Again, she's got it.
They're waiting on the cat.
I can help.
You know what? If they go in one way, they don't. Oh, I put them in one way. Yeah. And they do pretty doggone good. I do seven.
You want to read? Or do you go down to where I was marking? Okay, so we're going to write this down.
Right? You got the special Sharpie pen.
They're not Sharpies that were handed out, you know, they came out on the internet, so that was like how to sneak that. Same thing.
Even with my kids, you want to do an article, well,
I don't know.
So that got the tickets.
my kids, she sells in the car. And luckily, it only copies in my, so I am. And I don't mind, but I could smell seashells the entire way home. And I was like, yeah, like, yeah, I was like,
We're doing the whole out.
yep. I was like, no, it's just because we took the car to the beach and it's just like carried out. And I was just like, I can smell it. I got home. I was like, well, they're just they still go wash them. So they had washed them, but when we got home, I was like, oh, that's what I was smelling. And I like took a bleach water. It was just my kids had found all these down. And we actually have a couple that were still alive when we threw them back in. Yeah. And so, like, I was like, so we're gonna like bleach these puppies. And, like, we got all this stuff now, sat them and stuff them in fresh water for like a couple of days, and you give them fresh water and then bleach it with a very brand new bleach water. And oh my gosh, it was really good. I was like, so that smell is great. And my smelling sensitivity is as good as it should be. That bad. State senator. We are doing
Well, I got them all, arrows all the way checked out.
So you have to finish.
Oh, there's fine.
County assessor.
You guys already had it. Well, it's not, I think. I know, right? I'm sure I've already had it.
Yeah, 14.
Right?
No, these are. What's that making?
Precinct board meeting.
Oh, those are 14. Oh, yeah. You're right. That is not here.
So district court.
Yeah, I'm
judge,
gonna check before we. Unless you're really unique, you know.
Yeah, I know, but we could be.
That is true.
That's right. District court judge Jean Petty.
Right. I don't know.
All back
And district court judge Thomas.
How many sheets do you
That's all I have. Hold on to that
How many did you say? 678.
That was wild.
Well, we had 14.
Oh, that's right, you had two precinct court judges. I had a lot of people came over and voted with us, but we had some over.
Yeah.
They were in the wrong place.
Well, with the redistricting.
Yeah, original stays here and then the next one
You might have.
Oh, you were here. What there, I know there
I learned a lot, and I've been doing this for 5 years, but I learned a lot.
Then they asked me to be chief judge, and I said, is that 4 hours? And I said,
That's fewer hours. Not working in the elections office till.
Hey, you can handle Sarah and she'll sort of so you can.
Huh? What?
We're just gonna give you to Sarah so you can keep scanning.
always give me joy. Snap these ribbons. Iron this fabric.
Well, you don't like that.
You don't like iron.
Well, I don't like ironing, but usually when she asks me to help her with a sewing project, hey, you know how this works. Quote, pro. That was stuff, iron the stuff, I just don't, right?
Oh, I forgot you're a sewer. That curtain right there needs to be hung.
Oh, I did that one. I did that one. And this one they asked me not to, so.
Oh,
That-
okay.
Yeah, so they're looking at a new location and they use this. But this one goes specifically with those.
We ran those, but
You sewed, you fixed that? I fixed it, yeah.
Yeah,
I had off like, it
it was just
was like 2 feet too long and then I added.
she does all like my dress clothes and my rituals.
Well, good, and now that I know that.
It was just
I'm so mad.
I
We got the validation.
Oh,
Benji.
Right. Mine go down to Larry's.
And the first one was at least wearing the second one was.
One of my girlfriends asked me, she said, do you even know how to thread a needle? I said, not unless I. Yeah.
That was the first year she was a sophomore and she got into choir and she had to buy her dress. She had to buy her dress. And she had to buy it. She never used those dresses. That were just dresses ever again.
I think you're okay.
Yes, I'm a professional shop.
Yeah, we are.
So Larry's here in town. I just wouldn't have much fun.
Yeah, well, our they'll actually pay for the courses, so like at the end of the school year when everyone's like cleaning out their clothes, I go to his price stores, and they'll pay $50 for every dress you buy. And my daughter made
Well,
$300. We found that many dresses and we took them back. And like, it's funny because like, we pay like $5 for them and like, I go, what are you paying like $5, $10? And it's like, it's because you get 40 back.
I feel like you're telling me I missed one.
No, so many people that they like, well, I pay for it. And I go, I'm sure they can.
I can do whatever I want with it. Give it to someone.
Let's Marianne remember. Yeah, and if you want to put the original back in.
Go to that.
We're gonna have to call that.
Oh, yeah.
I'll pay postage.
Third.
Do you want one?
Yeah.
Answer tomorrow. Thursday.
It's crazy how she's right.
Exactly.
I wanted to be there for the.
Oh.
I got real nervous.
I was really surprised about me.
I'm not taking it.
So what if
Sometimes the person who makes copies of the money that I deposit. So I do my deposit my bag. They're like, what is that copy? And I was like, so I know what it feels like. So you changed them, I know what was in my bag. They thought I was crazy. I did, but you know what? Never had to question if mine was on or off. I always knew it was there. I'm like, you got my right here, and I would make them sign it to show when they would count it. It was like $10,000 or something like that.
They had their trainers when they had the.
Yeah, I do.
And the white girl, one side, they put their yell back and forth.
We didn't have to yell back and forth. They were handing paper back and forth.
Even if you look at my profile, I have to write down how many pennies I have.
Oh, the old
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. I say.
I told them not to. There's early voting. Okay, we can pull the drives, tabulate. Or is that more to do?
No, they're done. Did you want them over there?
Put it back in your, in the original,
Oh, right here.
in your original one.
Right there.
That's a lot to do.
Yeah.
But
No,
if you like turn on the machine gun.
no, it isn't. It's one of those. It's one of those.
Oh, yeah.
It is. It is. My invention, but they will have- and I'm gonna do this. Yeah, put those on your extra, and I'm gonna do the other one.
Oh, yeah, we're looking out for a guy named Scott. No, I'm always armed. I'm retired up here. All right. Yes, I go down. Yeah. We've been looking for them, but not clumped together. I don't know. Then there's a guy out there. Good, because then he's busy. Okay. Oh, really? Army, quarter state better, most of it. I was enlisted, yeah, Fort Lewis, my first, or my first assignment, and then I got shipped to Fort Worth, Arizona. Okay.
Like, we all have to go back.
Did my basic training at Fort Leonard Wood, and he at Fort Jackson. And the rest of the time, they served, but he ended up in combat engineering.
Yeah, and they have about.
I think she wants to go back.
And then he wants on the table.
Well,
Oh, they're gonna be on the table.
okay, and,
We're immune station, Philippines, Florida.
Looks like you have pizza.
Darn.
Any combination?
White sand. There's no ocean over there. And, but the Central Bliss is, which is what I'm like, yeah, why are you not by the water? Yeah. No, you said somebody to Fort Bliss and White Sands missile range. You're all right.
Well, they don't last.
I had two buddies of mine. My second tour was with
Yes. Check out.
oh, okay. My job was to look over this national defense. It was. But,
I know. Well, I meant to out from under
I had a guy
back
work
there.
for me that was, I had a couple guys work for me that were actual law enforcement. One guy had a base in Arizona, he was a cop. And then I had a retired FBI guy, famous FBI guy, Edmundo Morales. So, the 1984 shootout in Miami. Oh, okay. Yeah, he was the guy who killed the two guys. And so for something, for some occasion, he sends me the forensic analysis of the shootout. I don't know if you've ever seen one of those, but yeah, it's pretty gross. I mean, yeah, the bullet either here, went here, there. But he wrote in the end, he talked about it. He said, no, we weren't really out of guns. He said it was just the bad guy's will to not die. You know? And I was talking to him because he would, all the FBI guys, when they came over there, they all wanted to see him. So he's over there typing. He's doing the fingers thing. I said, oh, yeah, you got to go burn that typewriter up, you know. So he said, well, I can't put the fingers in. I said, oh, that's so bad. And then he starts telling me how it happened. And somehow I said, well, I guess you're lucky you can still use it. He said, you don't know how lucky I am. He said, when, during the shootout, he had the shotgun. His buddy was in front of him. So instead of coming up with a shotgun, like this. So the round hitting him there instead of here. And they're not wearing vests. And then he said the concussion from that knocked him backwards. And the head, when he went backwards, it grazed the side of his head. Instead of hitting him in the head. Yeah, he was pretty lucky. But he wrote a book. That was just a detailed explanation of how that all went down.
I just want to know what
He sent me a copy. Actually, I ordered 2 copies. No. I figured it out a long time ago.
When you ran, you did it right after your first run.
Before. So just one time in or still turning? No. I was going to go to and when I went to I didn't get more there. The Marines wanted to talk to me. And then my dad, no, can't go more. Okay, I'll go to college then. Yeah, I went to college. Yeah. Well, my oldest graduated from the state, but you know what I mean. He went to Coast Guard and was cool. Yeah. Stay in reserve. My youngest son went to Merchant Marine Academy for
Can you grab my, in my computer, can you grab my drive?
He works in Portsmouth Long Beach.
My boss, my second was a coach. He actually was, like number 2 or number 3 coach. He's a retired. Oh, okay. No. Coach, we should have had when they started standing up the Iraqi police. It's when they got the army in charge of everything. Said, okay, I'm bringing the coast. The law enforcement starting in the army just is not law enforcement.
Different mentality.
It's just silly. Of course, we, I was an emergency preparedness guy, so.
Yeah, I don't know.
So it's the only thing.
What was the difference?
I lost it.
Oh, I know why I did yeah.
Yeah, they came in 29 votes difference between Washington and Canyon. I had 23 votes.
Different.
Refer you to sports.
So if you got 2 votes out of
It wouldn't make a difference. Yeah, it would.
Oh, I forgot to speak the last of
you know,
So I just keep it.
this is one of those things.
Obviously.
I thought I was on the last round. I bet that last week.
I mean, you know, it's like, you see, oh my God, you see nice checks. You think, oh, there's nothing in there. It's concrete, you put something in there. You know, it's kind of the same thing. So,
Right wing.
too far, if you put road related,
They're all from out of state.
it's not.
Are you sure it's your name?
To send those.
No, read it. Sign it.
That might be.
So then I was.
They have results.
I went over there days. And then last night, instead of.
Yeah.
Was it raining the rest of the week?
Yeah.
Except for one night, last one was very.
So
I don't
here's.
get 40.
Are you running race?
Yeah.
That's your lifesaver, isn't it?
So we're printing off the results now. This.
They just came in.
What's the results, you know?
Yeah, well, I'm not very happy about it because it shows you lost 2 votes.
Oh, did it? Well,
Which, well, but I don't believe it. So I'm wondering if, I don't think this is possible. I don't think you can run 2 through the scanner. So that's another thing we're doing.
So that was, that's fine.
Yeah. Each one.
What they're trying to do.
Yeah, you show her.
Yeah, and so the other numbers. So yes.
Did you hear about people?
What I understood, whoever has. That's what I.
All this fun, all this.
Are you sharing? We haven't heard yet.
He's trying to figure out how the world should
I can't figure it out. Oh, that's what the way it's done. They'll figure it out.
I don't know.
I understood it. 2 votes down, just wanted to know if those votes moved over or disappeared.
Disappeared, that's right.
And then we got a section. Somebody wants yeah, Kane County Republican booth, and which gives them. I mean, no, it gives them the we can't campaign. So our deal says, can't. You can do all kinds of
But my neighbors, example, they walk in my house. We went through ours. We went through ours.
I'll bet that's how they.
That's short. Because I can see how that very. We had 2 different precincts and we separated. And so we had to separate them out. So they could have gotten stuck in the other precinct. See, we double checked ours.
Oh.
We had precinct 5 and I went 14 and I took all the 14s out. And then we went back to the 14s. And we looked here as we put the 5. But we went back to the 14s to make sure there were no more 5s in the rest. So I don't know whether the rest of them that had to divide.
Ballot
So the ballot would still be here, but it would be separate in another precinct, in another precinct file. Because we had 2 files, and one was precinct 14 and one was 5. We actually went through and separated those while we were here before we counted. And so they went back, you know, if they got stuck together, there could be 2 in one of the other precincts. Very easily. And then these guys had several precincts. And so down there, that's where it is. Yeah, I bet it's there.
You'll bet it's people avoiding it?
Yeah. Yeah, those. We had one precinct. So I had no worries. Yeah, I'd be willing to go through others one.
No, we check it out and see.
Sorting process, you know.
Yeah, I said that's right. Because I was separated, but I kept making sure that, you know, I still had that feeling. Did I carry
But yeah, you guys went through twice, so that's.
We did.
Now we went through twice, didn't you? So,
Well, we kind of both did. Yeah, we both did. We did.
when you double check, you got double check.
I actually checked her. Yeah. She didn't check mine.
I'm just kidding. Yeah.
You're just yeah.
That's my favorite part.
And how many years have you put in? 12. 12. Well, I just celebrated my 49th.
Oh, oh my gosh, that's wonderful. Oh, I'm sure we did.
Happy
The first two marriages took care of it. I got the best piece.
Say too.
Yes. Yeah.
When they would be in these boxes, they would all be just one precinct.
Well, it hasn't worked that way since for a while because
A lot of the voting
remember
locations.
when we worked at Celebration and when we worked at O'Connor? You know, those were just going in, whatever.
And even the voting locations, we will have more than one precinct at a location. And so we use the same scanner for the location.
Rewrites.
But they're separate.
Couple of precincts will go into, and then they have 2 or 3.
Yeah, and at O'Connor, we had how many precincts when we had the election, same thing on Celebration. And they were all around there for the same time.
They, yeah, you know what? They have to take a blood test. No. I'm just, you're giving me a bad time. So here's the thing, so.
Yeah, so that's.
Yeah, I got it.
First cutting.
Where we could find the seat. Well, we did.
You gotta know that. And I tell you what, you go to a so what they want you to know. Are you doing a presentation this Sunday? No. They want to make sure that you're not there. I can't leave anything. Can't do anything. I promise I will hear you guys. Like in here. No.
When we went,
Well, you have to stream it to the TV. I put it on. They take them on time. So we always created a crowd.
We went back and double checked the pounding. Okay. Thank you. We did actually, yes. Yeah. But I had to do, I'm ready for another class, which is just the other corner. And I was like, I really want the light. Yeah.
Well,
you guys stay pretty busy with real estate too.
Well, my wife is,
Yeah.
she does most of it, I just pay the bills,
Oh, okay.
so. she
But
makes-
it's so
she makes the
crazy
money.
right now. It's so crazy.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it is, the people that have moved in here just force the prices up so high.
I have a grandson, well, him and his kids, and they're getting married. I just said, in the summer, they live in Boyle. And they'd love to buy a house. But there's no, and Ryan thinks there's just not any houses in their price range
Yeah, right.
anymore.
The average house in Canyon County is over 400,000.
Yeah. I thought about calling that and have her come out. We're just not quite ready to sell it.
Oh, where would you go?
That was the problem.
Yeah.
So I'm ready to go in. entire.
I came to see, we are gonna rerun the absentees.
Yes.
So that's gonna take a little bit, but, we just wanna make sure we've done everything we can to make sure that the regional's active. So there was a difference of 3 ballots. So we
And
can find those.
the reason why we are gonna run the absentees is because those were sorted on election night while we were waiting for count to complete. So I'm wondering if one is stuck in one of the other precincts, because we pulled 1 through 6, but we still have 7 through 51. So if we run those, then there's the potential that we find the 3. So while we're running, we can actually take the help of the workers to start at 51 and go through and make sure that they don't see a legislative district 9 ballot within those and eliminate it going all the way to 51. But we would like to find the 3 and least one. If you guys will.
So, we both in the stay.
We're gonna use tape. Oh, yeah.
Whatever you want.
So everybody knows, I don't expect to find any kind of difference than we had on election night. But again, we want the public and candidates to understand that this system works. And what we have here, again, for about the 3rd time, well, this happened election night, twice today, is cumulative. I have never seen a machine be wrong. Ever. We see hand count wrong every time. So when we sorted those out for and the reason we did that was so we could lock them away impounded on the anticipated audit. Because the way the audit set up, we were sure we would be selected. We weren't. I should have went and bought a lottery ticket. But, so anyway, we're gonna go clear through all the absentees and we're quite sure that's what it is. We'll be spot on. We could call it good, but we're not gonna do it.
Yeah. So if you want to, you've already done 1 through 6, but what I can do is I can start having them look through the 130 ballots and 1 through 6 to make sure that was probably one of those 3. Because that's a potential. We already did it. So then we're gonna start through 7. Right, you want to start backwards. And then sort backwards and start now. Yeah. Okay. I would only.
I don't think, we don't track.
So.
Yeah.
So we're looking for legislative district 9. So anything that ends with an 09.
We can, this last.
So if it says 23, we don't even need.
Well, you're gonna want to look for the name of the ballot and ask that about stuff. Yes, we're sorted. Keep them correct. Keep one precinct with one person.
I don't remember now. You know.
Okay, who's willing to stay and help? Okay, I'm gonna give you a precinct. They are separated by party. I would like them to stay separated.
Okay.
You're gonna go through, and what you're looking for is anything that could potentially be legislative district 9. So 01, 09, 02, 09, 3, 4, 5, 6. These were manually sorted on election night. So my thought is possibly one got stuck to another one, something like that. And so we're just trying to find the 3 that are. Specifically, if it's 2 509s and 1 0109, you bet. One large.
At our table. Right here. Oh, okay.
So, as you're done sorting, I'm gonna ask that you come to me, we put it in a mail tray, and so we're gonna put this bag, because then I can close it and seal it. Right? Well,
He said, no, no way. Okay, so when just said about the food.
No, order some pizza. I don't want individual orders because I'm telling you right now, I'm not gonna remember it. But is there anybody who can't have like cheese? Marianne can't have cheese. Sarah can't have cheese. Sarah can't have gluten. You got a glue, whatever. There's a difference. New gloves for Sarah and Marianne. You don't have anybody else? No?
Fine.
All right. Your stomach is eating. I don't know what to do. Okay. So one, put them there.
What do they call those ballots?
Absentee.
Absentee.
But there are no
Because Chris thinks.
Would you do that?
And I just chatted with Judy too about, that. So, anyway, there you go. Well, and you know, at the same time, campaigns forget the base stuff. At least. All right. Thank you. I'll see you there. Well, at 3 o'clock. I'll let you. I could go look at it. Well, I have to call Robert and have him use it. Yeah. Well, I sent him 8 houses last night to look at 8 of them. Well, we can fix some up. That one more. He wants to look at on Saturday, $275. He's $75 worth of work. Hard to. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks, Patty. All right. See you.
So they're doing it. It's kind of similar to your hand. They're going through like.
Oh, yeah,
Missing 3 ballots.
So this will be quicker than like the second form. And scanning. So I just want to make sure.
course, as quickly as they're going through. So we figured we can do it easy to this. Go like this.
And just remember, it's not a horse race, so take your time. Hopefully.
So the ones that are completed in there, and then you can reach in here on the sticky notes. Make sure you grab all of the things, so that you can do like that. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got it tomorrow.
Do whatever.
Well.
unethical. These are 10 years ago, it's not.
Oh. No, this is.
It didn't go, but it did go with the cash. I think we have all been double checked. Aren't you giving that to me?
Early voting was
Yeah.
right. Well, unfortunately, if we don't find before, that's what we're
Yeah, correct, correction. Where do you want me to go?
Does it matter?
Sarah wants it right there, is good.
Sarah wants it salad. Sarah wants it. I'm concentrating. Bonnie, are these all in the chat? Yes. All of this?
Uh-huh.
We're on the bottom.
Right. We have more elections there.
You can have two sets of eyes on.
I don't know.
You can have more, just have some.
Oh, okay.
You can have two sets of eyes on, so we're doing.
Okay. Right here.
This is.
Okay.
Thanks.
got lots of people helping. Any other questions?
Yeah, when you say that, I think of those, on 1,000 feet.
Right.
I didn't care.
I see the video. Well, there's a few of them out
I've seen
there.
it in person.
They seem to do it quite often. There's a lot of videos out there. No, I've never seen it.
That's exactly.
Oh, I see. I got you.
I was back on the field.
Yeah, she had No, I just lost where I was. I had my finger in there. I think it was a bar. Well, I mean, this is.
Oh, it's fun to be a part of.
Yes. Oh, I need help with the pizza. My phone got stuck.
Did you get time?
But I Did you say you wanted these back? You're welcome.
Start with 36 in the bottom.
So I didn't calculate.
So what?
We're going 36 up to 23. 21.
For your terms.
23 up. So what's the top of there?
33, so I need 32.
You don't know those.
And then?
Another 29.
Oh, well, I just didn't know. Precincts 1 through, well, precincts 1 through 10. Here's 27.
Just in case. I had to clean that stuff out. Oh, honey bear, whatever.
Always got. 26.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
4, and I said 23.
Make sure. everybody knows.
38. This is A46. Let's just get
Developing all of it.
Which way?
Another 44.
So those are the ones
That is
we
probably
didn't find.
Okay, so not 39.
We're ready.
There's 30. We have 44. And these are 42.
Well, one out of that.
Oh, wait, here's 43.
Early.
Oh, wait, 45's gonna go in that pile. Those are short. From 45. Because our 45 is also. 45. These are sorted. What's in here is in order. Gotcha. Except for what wasn't in the. I had done that. Okay. So. So let's go. Those go through. Right, so we should be able to see 30 on top of that. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, I have 30. This was 36 through, this is 36 through 23. I need 22 and 23. Oh, you need to. This bag is ready. You know,
We're still looking for.
Come in order, but we're looking for this is five.
Yes. 5, keep it in
509.
2, 05. 205. We are looking for anything we have done.
We need more. Keep them in their order, but.
Got it?
No, 0509.
There's 44. Here's 37. Yep.
What we have. So, because of various ways. So what happened was.
No way.
Three of them. That's what they're doing.
Yes. There you go. Here.
So, do you understand what's going on now? It's the sorting issue. Here again, here we go again. Yeah. So we went through where we suspected it could be, and we only got one out of it. And that was absent too. Now we're going to the in-person early vote. What happened in the in-person early voting, that sort was done like at 1 o'clock in the morning. So there's two in there. And it says all three of them should have 30 votes. And then if that happens, then our original election salary is, yeah. We're fine. Well, so, you know, we have those people that want us to be handcounted. And what I'm telling you, you better hope there's a wide margin. Otherwise, well, I did a calculation this last election to count every ballot by hand and get it done in a day. It could take 300. Then let's say we have a close election like this, we're gonna get to do that all over again. And we'll come up with a different number. I want perfect. That's the best way to verify. That's the best way to prove to the public that these machines. Oh, yeah. But I'm not good. I want, like I say, I personally, we're already within the limit where the, by law, we could say, okay. Yeah. I hope it goes better. Of course, you know, we'll have less ballots in there. Well, I have a sense that that's why you can learn. And I know for that. Okay, and that's a tough transition. There's a big learning curve. But the reason I said to was to take the human error out of the scenario. And I am actually so happy. Took a lot of heat. Well, I get it. detail in the calculation over to the hand count. With that, require 300 people to get it done.
Yes.
And then let's say the election, close election, and we have to do a group count.
Oh, these are done, but I don't know where you're doing them.
Yeah, and that, in all likelihood, would be slower than the first time. So you'd either be looking at another 2 days or and 300 people had to come in.
Oh.
There was a small county, and I don't know. Davidson County, they had to look at 5 times and come up with a different county. I don't think he did it one day. Or you get to the point where I was trying. And after a while, you know, your eyes and your mind are something that's.
Like, I'm done. I want outside.
I noticed that. Yeah.
Now we're in person.
All those.
Early voting.
These are the ones that we just.
These, what were they? Done?
Yes, these are done. Okay, I can send them away. 13 is there. We still need. We did 13.
Yeah, I wish more people would come there and just see what the resistance was.
Oh, there's one on the ground. Yep, I just turned around and went, oh, yay. Because we had it sorted on the counter, so I moved it. So.
Well, we can. In fact, it's 3/3 because the schools have jerked us around. They don't want us. Well, I understand why. But it's public money. So Phil McGreen and I worked that, we might remember, where we said they have to allow it. Now, I've not used that law yet because I don't want to take a smoke from it. But we may have to. So what's going on right now with COVID, we lost a whole bunch of places. Okay? Some of those places still have not been open. Now, some of the, I'll give you an example, a church that we absolutely love to use.
It is, it's hard.
During COVID, actually turned the part we use for voting into a preschool, basically a child care school. And so they don't stop we have several places that are not nice. We're working on it, continuing to try to get something. We got every single place. Yeah.
What's it called? Don't look back in there.
Somebody stole my scissors.
Yeah, I think it's a little question on there. I mean, but they won't pay us better. My bad. So you might remember again. That's what it looks like. I like to do. Day out. Again, all the well, we hired, Blake, you look like you're and well, we needed them. What we have 62 elected guys at the Capitol. So, and then this year we're going to concentrate on so you might know this, you probably can do. Canyon County was the only county or city that was lobbying exactly doing the property tax. So that's right up my right. We actually carried over that we crafted that in my mind. So, but that 40% voted pardon?
Up there, 24.
The whole ballot was thrown out. I could never believe it.
We hear that a lot. And here's what I tell people. If you don't know.
Where are you getting that? Somebody told you that was going on and telling you that.
We know what that is.
That's always a good solution.
You didn't even, oh my gosh, you didn't even finish sorting them. All right. Not that you would have the answer to that. Yeah, let's bring home the mic and off. All right, love you, bye.
Any more, Marianne?
That's
my house. And I just found out, my house, probably 2 hours ago. Didn't even make, just that's good.
Anyway, I was. Yeah, but I'm not.
Element to the left. I know. Like I said, I only have one.
We remember at the end of the night, we had talked to you about people that were wrong.
Yeah, it's just.
Do you remember which one that was? You got it Farmway. You were at Farmway?
I was at Farmway.
Yeah, it was right.
We had one person at
Yeah.
Farmway.
Did you have to do this?
What did you write?
Well, Abe remembered it, but we don't know which.
Well, I don't know. Sorry. Hey, I'm in that good one. I'm in that. What? Okay, what's the?
One person we had no was the only reason we were after the right clock. No, it was like 28.
I may have that. Anyway, I'll talk to you. Okay.
They think they know where 2 votes are.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Location.
Yep. Where did they get sent to?
Yeah, I'm looking at that. They're still looking.
You know what? I was working on 7:50. I get it. 7:50. Oh, I remember. Someone did that. And I called him. Do I let you? He was in the road. And I said, sure. But I think because he should have been, he was there about 5 minutes. Yeah, no chance.
No, it's just a big thing in my precinct.
And I called and said,
Oh, he's also chatting.
I'm wondering. They work. Yeah, eventually. He had a really good, legitimate reason. It was. Yeah, I had one that came from the police, he was working in the.
Reason I think this up.
And that was. And they absentee. Before we had these wonderful. Oh, my goodness. I moved in. Someone else if you do.
Where are you?
I would think you're old.
Let's go get the seat.
I remember you. That, I did that. Oh, yes.
I got a couple of.
Are we standing on top? No, if we don't have to, just it breaks the ribs. Oh, right. Oh, Jenny, okay. That makes sense. Oh, yeah, because that's what the one. No, that's it.
All right, you guys. You're not gonna make me get on with it. Just like that.
See ya. She was over at Alder. Yeah, 2105 Alder. There's a caller, she was gonna leave. No, it's off of Indiana.
Now, she told me, she's headed to the office.
Yeah. I'll call her. Yeah, she just said there's a house over there you gotta see for Vasquez.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over there.
Yes.
I don't know if she was gonna, I can get in, right? It's got a lockbox on it, probably.
Yeah.
I'll call her. Okay.
You don't need her there, David.
Well, I wanna go look at the house. See ya. See ya. So, how long is it? We used to come over here. Okay, yeah. We didn't have breakfast. See ya.
Redistricting really messed everybody this year.
What's that?
The redistricting messed everybody up there.
Yeah, it wasn't bad for me though. I mean,
Washington County is where I grew up, so it looked okay for me. But obviously it didn't work well enough, but the key thing is these guys just worked really hard to get us, some of us not elected. So they'd have, I don't know if you said they had meet the candidate meetings. Meet the candidates, but they only invite their people. So it was very one-sided, and then they had a list of which makes you think how gullible the public is. I mean, it is really the average voter is just so gullible. It's just crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people, they don't do a lot of research.
And of course, it's hard to find out any information. And you can spin things lots of different ways. Yeah.
Well, if it doesn't go your way, do more fishing and hunting.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't like to fish that much. I don't have any more hardly at all. I love to bird hunt, but I'm just not doing it anymore. It's not like it was when I was growing up with tons of pheasants. I grew up on a farm, so I'd get home from school or home from football or whatever, and go out and hunt birds. It was good. But yeah, the legislature was interesting. It doesn't compare to going into a war zone. So, even though nobody likes to lose, not one of the benchmarks.
It's probably easier to go into a war zone.
Yeah.
You don't think?
Yeah. Well, and sort of.
This is my first time. I've only been with the Secretary of State's office for 7 months, 8 months. Just learning everything. It's just,
Yeah.
it's interesting. I've never thought of myself as being somebody that's involved in politics. I'm back in the Raptors type of guy. I like watching from out there and seeing how everything goes down here.
Now you're on the front line.
All my friends were like, how the hell did you get that big a job? Oh, like, they hired me.
They must have clicked all the right boxes.
The right magic word.
Yeah.
Be honest. Be honest about what you want.
Yeah. Every time I check my email, I'm waiting for the next idiotic thing to come across. Getting a lot of stuff about vaccines for kids. The vaccines for kids, nobody's forcing anybody to get their kids vaccinated. If they want that, but no, they're saying, do your job, blah, blah, blah. So it will be nice not to open my email up and just know that most of it's friendly.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to hire an attorney, but the people that were supporting me said, nah, and I can see that. I don't know what an attorney would have done here.
She for like the so she'd break up. She was 2.5. 2.5
Police officer around here that retired in California. He sold a place to a guy that was state patrolman. He was up north though. By a while. Yeah. People from my department, we get together once a month, probably 25 of us. Really? Have lunch. Which we look at there. You know, the some of the folks that are coming up are so far right that we kept it.
Oh, this was,
Fairly conservative state because we haven't come. Right. And so what we're seeing now is some of these guys are, they're going to. And that will cause us to shift in the long run. And then we're going to move more like California was.
yeah, my son, she was. So, yeah.
I don't know what we're gonna do about this gun stuff. I mean, I'm not a gun guy, but you know, I don't know how to solve that. The problem is they're real. So wow.
Send it down to the quiet office for you. Send it down.
Mental illness, yeah. I still not keeping this. Yeah, it happens. You know, these kids are taking drugs. You know, why are they not taking care?
And I was like, well, okay, so
I don't know, and I don't, of course, you know, COVID has had a distinct effect, and actually, I think this election is the fallout of COVID. Because people were just frustrated, angry with the status quo.
So we actually.
Wow, some kind of change. A lot of the messaging was that's politics. You don't have to be true.
And so she's like, okay, so since we are if that, so.
Tell people what they want to hear. Or you don't tell people what they want to hear, but you tell them what you hear is right.
Sweet potatoes. I know, so, anyway, so I was like,
I won't last.
but as we can see, we introduce something that's okay, I know.
Yeah. Seriously, if it doesn't turn out.
I know, it doesn't. It was so frustrating.
A little Shetland.
Yeah.
That would be even better.
I was never
Yeah.
one of those guys.
And it could be gone.
She really did want to understand. I was just like, Makes it more realistic.
We were out after. Ask for a recap. Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't go to that. Mine was needed.
That was.
Yeah.
Here's one of my friends up north.
These were in bachelor budgets. The one no, I don't. I'm not sharing.
Did you eat?
Yeah, when I left, I went home and grabbed some bacon and cheese sticks.
There's plenty, and looks like it's
Oh,
really good.
no, thank you. Did you get some chow? Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. It would have been. Phil is just, you know, down there. Crazy right winners.
I know. I can use these for that. Yeah.
Yeah, just keep getting track.
It really is. It's a lot easier now doing $100 than trying to find something to do that, but it used to be. You can have more.
Oh, but I know, lost it.
Leave us alone.
Yeah, for all this stuff. You got a bunch of.
Self-sufficient.
Yeah, you got, oh, yeah, put an order.
The business line.
You don't want that order.
Boards.
You did have it.
Bill's not there. I'm an expert. Yeah, it sits on the land board. That's gonna be a touchy thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This will be fun. Well, then you got like a call. They had that big chunk of ground that the developer wanted to develop. And it was state-owned ground, so they wanted to trade for some other ground to develop that for the people involved. But the land board has that very task with, you know, on state properties or state land to have the highest return that it gets. So this is back there. Yeah.
I know that's what I was like, okay, well, somebody, and then it's.
Well, he's still there. And they've got a direction, you know, and whatever. He kept it. He had a brand new service place, air compressor, all power, and evidently he was unloading it from pallets. He can't remember it.
No, it's just a different house.
Guy walked in there. Have you seen the normally, where do you go then?
Nice stitches. Yeah, there was only two. So, something like that is written down.
So I keep trying to figure out
No, I
I'm
just.
trying to figure out.
Where people.
No, great.
So taking out, I don't know what's going on.
The ladder stayed there, you didn't. And then it's come down.
Actually, one of my legs was through the ladder. Of course, I stood with your ears of Judy. So, that's my head. I said, no. I thought it was, yeah. So anyway, well, I deal when I get hurt, especially for people. Only if they just everything. Pain.
Breathe. People were in there. Oh, nice.
Yeah, like within 40 minutes.
She's working on it right now. She was right. And she.
next. Because then it'll.
Good idea.
And I'm gonna also check. I'm gonna call Brandon. Oh, is he?
So we've got a 10X, the one, the state program is doing we think we've got narrowed down to a time frame. So they're gonna run a report on that time frame. We think we'll find it.
Okay.
Okay, so then where's your store?
No, I got it. Well, I finally got it out of there. Here. And then
I was like thinking,
that was
that's why
far
I
enough
got
back, we still had,
Did I hear?
And I never actually.
so I couldn't get anybody to answer the radio. I tried calling my wife, no, I tried calling my mom, no answer. So, of course, I got a 3/4 ton pickup that's,
Yeah,
I'm trying to crawl in there, and then trying to get the door shut. Come into the hospital.
Did you have a clutch inside?
No,
You
I-
need a parent, because I was like, can you go to the parent?
well, it's hard to run a two-way radio and carry beer at the same time if you got a stick.
Oh, no, that's fine.
They don't have a speakerphone exactly.
I'm joking.
Anyway.
Pardon?
It was fun.
Well, it's not my story, it's the Colorado guy that told me that, but anyway. Made it in, doctor that I know, he said, what's going on? I said, no, I think I broke the rib. I think I agree. Yep, you're right, 3 of them.
That's an old wire, there,
Nope,
it doesn't
they
matter.
hurt for a while. Yeah, anyway.
Well, and he looked at me because I was like, why are the sprinklers coming on?
No, it's the king of floor. Yeah. Well, one day I didn't go ahead.
Such an adult, stop it.
Or maybe unlucky, however you want.
And I was like, him no, and he's gonna be like, did that mom put the wires? Oh, old, I bet you that's what it is. He knows now what I was doing.
Don't do anything. Sneeze is one of them. I have issues with sneeze. But yeah, when I felt one coming, I'd lean up against the wall, and grab myself. That helped. Main activity. I tell people when they ask me to clean it, most people don't get it. Thing is, I'm not talking about dirt. The people who are farmers and the excellent people, at least in the past, like honest, down to earth, handshake, clean it.
Is it nice? Kind of cold. Because they sent us the 6-gate ones for the pool pads, so that way if we have to charge them and have sometimes they tend to be a little bit more loose on the connector. I had to replace HDMI ports from that, so sure, my phone would be more.
Okay, well, thank you.
Mechanic, welder, drive anything. I've driven everything there except for.
Okay, so what's next? We're waiting on the report from Kenneth to tell us all check-ins.
I drove my pickup before I was.
Just that we know, so we know how many more people are left. Time on there.
Yeah.
Well, there were some places, and I told them not to, that
Motor was,
when LD was sort of
so I had a case of SPP and then every time I pulled it up, it was up to 10 SPP. Started up, the smoke would roll. But hey, it's supposed to be farm use only. And so the cops would go by and they, you know, here's this kid that's looking under the steering wheel that gets over the and when you use the clutch, you went blind. And the cops would go by.
Get kicked over. Good thing it's sealed. Why?
will you tell her, sorry, I tried finding. I was trying to see if it would list which police
That would be Milton and.
It wasn't one thing, because I was so worried.
I'm guessing you'll find right, yeah, I am, I doubt it.
My dad, when I was he didn't. You would say,
I'm planning my own. I forgot.
You know. I don't know what's every.
my wife, family.
I know, right? Right before the time. I lost my garden. All these yeah, 3 years ago when our puppy was
Don't eat those. Don't eat those, Stella.
It looked like wonderful caramels. Don't they? Well, I often, you know, sitting around the table. So, yeah.
But then any more resolute, yeah. Well, I couldn't wait for that. Please, be a little more. Not necessarily a boulder lightning, but
Okay, there you go.
Oh, you would have it.
Great.
See, that was one time.
He got kicked out. So someone went, yeah, he should. He like.
Maybe different. I would want to know. Yeah, they may change.
To me, like he said, why didn't he have
I just twice a year, but
Oh, whatever. So my dad, so his but anyway, I set a chart down. If there's any others,
I have music. And Pam says he's not, or he or she's not going to be one there.
You know, I don't.
Oh, that's it, yeah, yeah.
No, but we haven't heard.
We had two pretty ones that we.
17 songs. Dogs.
So we went out with that second.
Yeah, yeah.
That was
It's because
Right, yeah. And then they can pay Jeff. I don't know, that's a
Yeah, that big storm. Look at it, it's so.
Yeah. Coming up. These bushes are just flopping back.
We got one of our.
No, what we're doing right now is we have 10X, which is the state program.
Oh, it's so crazy.
We think we've isolated it to a positive time,
Now she's about.
not the place. We thought we knew the place, but
They still really won't.
they are able to run a program during this time. We think we know the two votes and what they have. They're running that program to isolate that, so that we don't have to spend all day going through a whole bunch. Because now we're down to the whole so if this works, that will eliminate it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. You never signed me the deal. So you sign one, then you lock the door and you can see.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And so
And what you mean? This is the school. Oh.
I know that. Here, I'll go stand at the door for you.
Oh, and then we're really. Yeah. No kidding. He's for himself.
And then she's got her to go. He started out with 6 of them. We're gonna have the director.
Oh.
And so. So they used to have a rooster out there.
And lucky they didn't have to send it with the
So, her mom was like, she would go. She'd go ahead, she'd come over. And it's what she used to do.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Johnny, so.
Oh, brother.
Did we find more to count?
Wow.
So today's game is clue. I don't think it was a very good one, but gotta check it out. And number 5 is what it should be.
I was at your flat, I had 4 3. I had 6, 30, 47, and 48.
No, we weren't at Derby Lot, we were at home.
You're right. We're at Farmway. We have 4 precincts, right? Is it raining and blowing?
It's raining because it's all wet.
Yeah. Caldwell had a field and 1.25 acres.
We have.
Really?
Gosh.
Wow. We have to drive.
Well, they're further away and further down.
Farther away. No, that's Mark. Mark is over
I think it had that much.
Oh, no. Oh, does that mean you and Maverick?
Yeah.
So that means you're gonna have babies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Got 3 months, there you go. Oh, thank you. How does that?
Are you gonna allow that?
Have you told them? I see the hole in the
Yeah.
whole time.
I'm sure I'll buy
It's just right.
circle that.
This guy doesn't jump. Oh, my goodness. I thought it rained. You have a beautiful hat. Oh, look at that.
My parents had a cow that would go down the.
Oh.
It had like this little sword, just like right. And then we'd be sitting there on Sunday, thunder, and we turn and there's
the cows looking at us.
That's Saturday. Yeah, it was like Saturday. Just, Lord. We're supposed to get some more of this coming Sunday. Thanks for that. You know, people are.
Until they got
It's raining. 3 weekends in a row. You know, I'm glad to see the rate is going to need it. The farmers.
We have always had triplets, and we have white face Texel, and so they're like short, stocky, but she gets to be like this wide, so she's twice as wide as she is long. And she climbs under fence, and she I don't know how she does it.
I think Larry
The neighbors back there.
What is up there? I'm always concerned about the drought and everything. He's probably up there going, I know we guys out.
It was calm. I couldn't get her back through the whole.
I did a fish fries, but I'm not.
She walk along.
Well, and she, with like her fence, unless it hits their nose or their face, they don't feel it through their wool. So they'll go through like their fence. I know, I never could figure out growing up here. I rodeoed and rode horses. We'd always just have one little single wire around the whole entire pasture, arena, everything. We had 5 sets of triplets this year. No, it's very common for them to have twins, but triplets, but yeah, like 5 sets of triplets and 9 sets of twins. And then we had a lot of young babies the first year, fell through a single the first year. Last year, a lot of our
Broken back, good place.
His dad?
Yeah.
You wanna see, right now?
Yeah, no more new air compressors. No more ordering anything.
Yeah, I'll go complete that one. But that kind of stuff drives you nuts. He wants everything done. So he got a new gun safe thing. Yeah. Hey, can you help me? Yeah, but it's gonna be 2 hours before. Well, I get there and he's already, he got the pickup backed up to the front door. He got the gun safe half out. And then, like an idiot, he didn't give me any details. So I thought it was the old one going out. So he's trying to pull it out while I'm trying to push it in. And I'm going, we need one more person here so the 3 Stooges could be doing this.
The old one wasn't big enough.
I don't remember. I didn't like how they were. I get stuff in his. And you know, whatever he needs, you need to drop whatever you're doing.
That's the mom.
Well, I made the offer, call me and do whatever. You don't even have to get out of your chair. Well, that's not how it goes. So now we got to figure out, they're gonna let him go home because he refuses to stay. That's all. So then go to orthopedic.
Well, he just has to get a break. Remember when Grandpa got in his wreck and his four-wheeler was stuck on the four-wheeler? He broke his neck. And he didn't have to have surgery or
I think they're
anything.
fitting him for a neck brace and everything. But that's scary. You know, back in history, I know two people I personally knew that broke their neck and didn't even know it. Told everybody they're fine, and an hour later they're dead.
Mike Boyle had a broken nose for 7 years. Finally found a doctor with your neck's broke. Don't move. Terrible headaches. You got
I rode up on one of those. And the lady, you know, unfortunately. I got this uncanny neck to be the first one to see. I hate that. I know. Anyway, here's this woman laying on the road. Well, actually, she was just growing. The blood, the teeth on the pavement. And so I'm thinking, well, whatever you do, don't roll her over. She broke her neck. So I'm sitting there, I got my hand on her, talking to her, trying to figure out what I can do. Thank God, this guy comes up, taps me on the shoulder, said, I'm off duty EMT. I said, I'll go take care of traffic.
happily.
I drove up on a couple, drove up in the canal. Drowning. My brother-in-law, we got him out. We figured he probably had severe injuries, but we had no choice but to get him out. So they both died. Unfortunately, I had to kill our family. I hate it because I don't.
That is unusual that you've had a lot of those run-ins. I've not had two.
I had a very man was trying to commit suicide right in front of me. Took a hunting knife.
Oh, my very first job. Wow, you guys are careful.
He walked before us. Ran around the other side. By the way, you start pulling in the mouth with the insect. It was very patient. I don't recommend that.
It's not a good, just cut.
So I pulled that and put that on the fuel tank. He was out on my fuel tank. Jerked my t-shirt off. Crammed out. He wasn't going anywhere. Jerked the keys. Ran in, told my wife, I said, call the ambulance. Plug in, try to get a couple cops. So anyway, then I had to go to the hospital because he had this thing. I don't know if he was on drugs. I went in there with him, so he didn't speak English. So I'm trying to. So we finally get him in the surgery.
That's what you get. No. No good deed. I am not on the hospital payroll. Not gonna happen. Did you ask him where you live?
You know, I just, child's support, he has to have a room over his head.
I think we're gonna have no gas.
I mean, you can bring it, this is your child, you have participated in bringing it into the law.
Listen, we're
I bet your mom will have something to say about it.
She got the one, the mom got the one. That's why they were at the hospital.
But we've got four goats that are large. But we do. How do you find a lot of people?
I don't know how it works.
Because they've got a natural development.
Sister just lived out there on the farm before he called me, because you're down there by yourself. I said, I'm leaving. Because I go in there, it says, first like, when the guy comes in, after he came there,
That's exactly what my parents do when they go to the doctor. I'm fine. I'm like, Mom don't like. Dad don't like. But it's easy.
You should see her parking there.
Couple spots did she take?
It looked like my mom did. And she will not. That would be asking a lot.
But that guy is crazy. And that kid working
Like, somebody, I think one of them got rid of her flip phone. And now I think she's using her.
My dad still has
and then Steph is
two flip phones.
I wish I
I agree. This will be $17,000 left. I don't know what happened to the rest of it because it got at the end of the police officers.
What are the chances?
I couldn't believe it. Oh, I didn't know child support yet. And that's what get that bad officer clue to call me. Yeah. And then I got a call. I got the red on that, got everything on there. And then I just called them green. Oh, my didn't get paid. I need to turn. No problem, but. Yeah, no problem, but. I said, you know, right?
The ortho guy says, not
Well,
No, when they live till 90, they are tough. Especially their farms, like they've been through a lot.
well, you're so. Well, his sister. Very well.
it has to be, unless my mother is going to stick it.
What if I got that one of them?
Depends on how many projects your father has coming up.
Well, now they're talking about me going over there tonight.
Yeah.
Clean up the blood.
Yes, I was gonna say, that should have worked.
talking about getting somebody from home care. My sister said they can do it. Well, at least one guy. Right.
And was precinct 5 in our bag that was loaded? Yes. Yeah, that was precinct 5 in a bag. Did we go through the bag again? Bring him down here, Reverend. We didn't, we're ready for you. Come on.
We're ready.
Oh.
Okay.
All
right, I was gonna look through you guys, so we're gonna send them this direction.
I did the total mom thing. I'm like, yeah, sure, thanks. Got it. I knew you would. Yeah, you did. Because my son doesn't feel the time. I'm sitting there with crap in my hand. I'm like, what is this? What do I want? This is
Can you toss a couple fingers over here, please? 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
So while we're waiting for the
They're gonna look for some.
Okay, we got
You want to give Priscilla and look for
I think that's highly unlikely.
I do too, but, and in the meantime,
Okay, so right now, all we're looking at is five.
Yeah, and we're also making sure that as they sorted 14 out, they didn't accidentally miss one of the sticky. And
Okay.
5 starting for 5.
Because those two were, okay.
Well,
All right. Sounds like
Oh, she got a 5, but there might be some help that you might be working for the file there. Are you working with 5? You got a file of 5. I got a file of 14. I got a 14. Yeah, because I got half from her. Okay.
Don't worry, we're not counting. We're just gonna separate. I want 14, 5, 14, 5. Don't count because that's gonna take long.
I don't.
Listen to me. 14, 5. That's it. 14, 5. 2 piles. 5 pile and a 14 pile. No counting. We have a machine
Just make
for the
sure
counting.
you know 5 in the 14.
And I prefer to see 2 piles.
To be honest, like,
Good job, Sarah. Sarah's listening. 2 piles.
These are 14. You already done enough?
Let's do 2 piles. Okay. Hey, 2 piles. 5 and 14.
There you go, that's 14. Are you right on? Okay. 5, you got 5.
give Haley time to get us ready.
Why did you want to get here on the?
You have 14 or 5?
5.
All right.
So that's exactly it.
I have 5, Jim.
Could this be our issue right here, these 2 that are ripped?
They counted though. They counted.
They did?
I put them through and they counted.
So as long as you put them through so the
Yes,
rest
they
goes
did.
right.
And I made sure that it was very, very careful. Yes.
Yes.
So you wanna go through them again? Have you already gone together?
Yep. Yeah. 2 times. Yeah, we did. I know.
Okay, so.
We're looking at 14 as well because 5 and 14
We
were.
need another pair of eyes.
I got.
We need another pair of eyes to go through the stack again.
No, she was going 3rd time. Forward, stand by, stand by. They're all fine.
Double check. Check our lives, check our doubles.
So, they're starting to.
Once it's done, we can.
That's it. Once we were counting that I have.
Are those fives? No, 4 pages. Good, I didn't want any more.
Was that one? Remember that the one that had the name twice?
Yeah.
Would that happen? It's in this pile.
Was it from 365?
I'm thinking that it was. It was.
So they want people who want like, so
It
it's
is,
heavier,
it
literally was like.
It did, it was an ad.
So like, I'll get it printed twice.
It says the name was on there.
I don't know that. Whoever follows. Those two names appeared, but they were also down.
Okay.
Yeah, down.
This is
Thinking it was one that I was counting.
Yeah. Okay. So 14's been through 3 times, these are 5, so we've been through twice. 5 comes.
We went through twice. We went through twice too.
Those are 5s. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The 5. Well, I heard you say 14. Oh, I did, yeah. What? Oh,
They pretty big on.
oh, right, 3 different sets of 5. I find it.
I see so funny. My daughter.
Yep, it's 0 now.
Kind of the birds like.
Let's pause from that.
That one in there. Also, if we use it for counting, is it on recount?
Okay, we think we know that.
Yeah, we think we figured it out. I think it's in O'Connor's bag. Yes.
Do you want us to move these ballots out?
Yes, put fives back in the bags.
Okay, well, we just ran one ballot through the machine.
Yeah. So what we did is we ran a report for every precinct tabulator scanner that we have. And what it'll say is how many the ballot styles that have gone through that scanner. And so O'Connor Fieldhouse does not have precinct 5 within their on election day, the precincts that are set to be voting there. But it took 2 ballots from precinct 5. So I'm thinking those were the individuals who showed up very late. There was a gentleman that was disabled. It was like 7:58 when they got to check in. There was no way they were getting it all the way to their flat on O'Connor. We just could not remember which location it had it. So we're gonna go through, find those 2 precinct 5s and then we cut down the last 2 on and they count them out together and they get there. That's why these are levels. You got all sorts of audit logs to go through. Because I was going through checking logs to find out it was crazy. But that took longer than it
Just looking for all those, this one?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so, right now.
Okay. 509.
No 509.
They found something. Well, they might have been, but they were told about.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
When to go?
Should we beat mom now? Should we beat mom now?
I said, "You didn't play." Because I thought that she told me that she
Well, and I said, you know what, the two we're talking about, I said, for some reason, I think it's O'Connor. Everybody's going, no, I'm kidding.
See, and I was the speakerphone, that's why I called her earlier. But, I mean, it was a busy, chaotic night for everyone.
There's another one.
Way to go, guys. Way to go. Celebration. Where it was. So my mom does it, my grandma used to do it, she passed away. We actually, in the election of 2016, we actually had 4 generations working. So my grandma was working, my mom was working, I was working, and my daughter was working. And my son's 15. He can't wait till he turns 16 so he can come help with it. Because he does little things and helps. But yeah, so my aunt does it. She took over my grandma's place. My daughter still works for my mom. So, yeah. So there's still 3 generations.
We go 3 generations.
Yeah.
Yeah. We won't have to run all
Good job, guys.
Oh, my God.
Thanks for sticking with us.
Oh, you guys did great.
Yeah, okay, awesome. Next time. I was so afraid that you were going to have to.
even if we didn't find.
I would've
them,
gone.
I would have waited until then. Oh, yeah, I will find the last penny. I will.
We're running the.
Yeah.
No, we
Yeah.
have to run the. Yeah.
Yeah, you went there.
Yeah, well, I couldn't remember. My mind just went, dear God, because we had that order. We're helping. So I was going to double check and stuff like, what? Yes. From every small location. We just didn't know which one was
So it wasn't.
yeah, and I found that one. I found that one. And so I was like, okay, and I even found where, because we both had blocks in, we had our signs like, and she did all our training for her ballot signature. Yeah. I learned about that.
So what do you do with that one machine? Yeah, that you read it, we have the one ballot. Yeah. Wrong, okay, that's the scenario. I wasn't sure. I leave it out. Yeah.
I just didn't realize. They went in, you put them in there, put them in your file, then it goes, no. We have our own reference.
And like 60 school ones, it's like, I have. Or. So how did they end up at O'Connor? How did they end up at the O'Connor?
So O'Connor had a line, and it was a line throughout the day. And so as they were in line, they were in the wrong location. So by the time they made it to check-in, it was like, my mind is saying 7:58, but it's I don't even know. I know it's got to be on my ear flat. But I think it's 7:58, and the gentleman was disabled. So there was no way to make it to you guys. Right.
Literally.
Because before we would have match it.
Yeah.
So there's like, okay, so that issue of that. So they voted in the right precinct. Yeah, so they got the right precinct. No, you guys didn't lose. They just had to get their correct precinct ballot, but in the location where they normally would have gone. Right. Did you guys hear me? Yeah, so they showed, well, they didn't show, they were in line, and that's the thing, they're in line, and I love that we don't have that many.
Oh, it's easy. You know, there was one time this event and I had a voice and they let me, I called and they let me know.
Yeah.
Because it was like 7:50. Yeah. And it was yeah,
You would be surprised. I've seen some fun things, and I'm like, wow. I thought I got confused. I'm not the only one, so it makes me feel better.
Right.
Sure, you deserve.
She wanted to do it so bad.
You don't want it?
You do it.
Why
don't you each put a hand and put it in there?
And they write it.
We're gonna need a rotary for that.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I got thrown in that. Well, I think mine all cut off tomorrow.
I was waving at the camera.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Hello, nice to meet you guys. I haven't seen you all day.
All day, till the very end, we have one, but it's like, we have our best.
So since we have viewers, we had 2 ballots that were missing from precinct 0509. What ended up happening is these voters were in line at O'Connor Fieldhouse in the wrong location. By the time they made it to check-in, it was 7:58, give or take. And so we were able to push them through with our voting equipment to get the correct ballot and allow them to vote at O'Connor. We just had to find the location the 2 precinct 5 ballots were in. We have them, we're gonna run them, and our totals match.
But this.
Okay, she's gonna come in.
Here we go.
Opening. Hurry up. Even to move faster.
You've got half an inch. So I do a large.
No.
Oh,
Your battery is read my wallet. No.
Have your attention for a second, please. Hey, guys, I just want to thank you for all your hard work. And this just goes to show you how safe and secure our system is. And I know when I would get emails saying, oh, Idaho is not secure, you know, we need to do this, we need to do that. This just proves that the system here, at least in Canyon County, is very secure, it's very accurate, and you can't ever say that there was some issue with it. Thank you. So that's, so it's Matt.
Thank you guys for all your time.
No, because there's no drive in there. Thank you.
Yeah, but you'll pull the drive. So, you get the tape.
You want it? Oh, we don't have the key.
We don't have to take it out.
We need to put the, we need to come over inside.
I used to put my.
But we don't have the move. So we turn it off. Come here.
I do not have a key. Oh, but I locked those in.
Would you like to-
Well, I don't know if it is.
Okay, heads up one more time, please.
In case you didn't hear, I just wanted to say thank you very much for all your hard work and your time today. You guys are a fun bunch.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for your patience. And the hard work.
So, yes, thank you all very much. Took all day, but we got there, so very much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for hanging out here.
You're gonna be your mom?
Washington. Are you coming up there? Oh, all right.
Oh, I bet.
So now we're
Yeah.
great.
Secretary's good,
About 7 hours and we were still wondering about
Both
it.
working, yeah, I'll be there tomorrow.
All right. Drive safe.
I will, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, we gotta get the reports, go back inside the machine.